Commentary, Blue Commentary, Burgundy Commentary, Comment Blue Commentary, Comment Burgundy Blue Commentary, Blue Commentary, Burgundy Commentary, Commentary.
Hey y'all, hey, how you doing? Welcome to Burgundy Blue Commentary. I hope all is well with you and yours. I wanted to check in with you guys. I want to hello, happy Mother's Day to all. And let me tell you, happy Mother's Day, happy Auntie Day, happy Sister Day, happy Big Cousin Day, happy Friend Day. It's for anybody that took that motherly Godmama Day. They took that motherly role into your life, or you are that motherly role for others. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. And love to all of those who might be grieving a mother figure or a mother in their life on this special day. I just want to send you my love. Okay, this is a day, right? This is a day. Good morning, everybody in the chat. Okay, so let's start off with that. Then I'm gonna say hello to everybody. I see Ted F. Hello, Jay Jones. Hello, my sis, Prima Donna Bridges. Tiny, Miss Marie. Hello, good morning, everybody. And make sure you hit the like button. Y'all, I'm sitting here enjoying my coffee this Mother's Day. I just have to relax. I got a lot of business to handle this week. New content to bring to you guys this week. And I just want to get on track. So today I'm just relaxing, and I have to call my sister, and I have to call my daughter-in-law, and I have to call all the mothers in my life too. So I said I let them get their breakfast on and stuff with their families, and then give them a call later on. And I have a graduation to attend today. Oh, and Felita Creighton is having an event at the Park District. So I might be able, if I can. That's what my plan is today. Let me see. I know they told me. I think it was 1. Anybody know the time for the Dolton Park District? But Miss Creighton is having something there. I think anybody know the time? If anybody know the time, I cannot remember. But let me go to the Dolton Park District because they're really good. We'll find out at the end of the day. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. Is my girl Succeeding in here? Succeeding. I miss you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, you know what? Maybe I can go to let me see something right quick because I know one of the boys. Let me see if she posted about it because I know Big Mike told us. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, so I didn't make it to Hell Week. I didn't make it to Hell Week or anything like that because, oh man, how come Miss Creighton doesn't have it on her page? Well, I'm just as bad, but I figure if I get up there about 12, I'll be good. Maybe Big Mike can get in there. I'm about to ask. I know I heard Jason House said that what time it was. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm bad at that. But it's something going down with Mrs. Creighton today at the field house in Dolton. I'm sorry I don't have the time for you. I'm gonna roll through there, figuring out I'll be there about 1 o'clock. I should be I come with a case of pop. You know, I'm like one of those people. I come with the foil. So hopefully Big Mike pop in here and tell us later. So happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers in the house. And like I said, condolences to anyone that may have this day is sensitive. They may have lost a mother and a mother figure. My prayers and my love are with you. And happy Mother's Day. And thanks for being here. So you guys, Let's start. We're going to talk about the audits today. I thought this would be a little different, if we talk about the audits, sort of, I always say like give us something else to look at. So we're gonna get to that. But first, and I always invite you guys, and I did not invite you. Let me just put this here. We ain't gonna be long-winded. The link is in the chat. Let me try to pin it. And we're only gonna take people we sort of know. Like you ain't gotta know me personally, but I sort of know you a little bit, on the YouTube streets, because we don't want like a booty popping up on the stream, y'all, on this special day. Oh, so you guys, we're gonna talk about the audits, but Hell Week, it looked like it was a success. I couldn't make Hell Week because I was under contract, so I couldn't do anything. And yesterday I was just beat by the time I finished everything. But I wanted to come through and tell you guys about what Tea with the Trustees was the ending of Hell Week. I wanted to show what they had did. My girl Succeeding's calling in. Let me bring her on up. Hey, Succeeding.
Hey, I missed the family.
We miss you too.
I didn't know y'all went live yesterday.
I was barely in the live. I said my body was just down.
I know you've been working so much. We understand.
It's a blessing though. I wouldn't change it for the world. I'm so grateful to be able to work.
Yes, I know there are people that would love to be as tired as we get, right?
Exactly. So I will not complain. And how are you today? Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to you. Happy Mother's Day to all of you in the chat, you amazing moms. I think we need a month, you all. I think we need to start taking that time and thinking about things for us to do for ourselves for the month.
Yeah.
Whether it be a pedicure, a facial, going to get our eyebrows done, all those things we put off, going to the park to read a book, getting an adult coloring book, and just sitting at the park and just, meditating. Just any time that we could take for ourselves.
You are absolutely right. Because sometimes we forget that we need a little care. We need to care for ourselves too. We can't wait for no one else to do it. We have to do it.
Because people will, like you said, that you're that person that everyone kind of depends on. And, a lot of times it's easy for a person to sit back and wait for someone else to do things. And they don't care about piling things on that person. There's not a consideration that's always in place that says, you know what, they have a lot on their plate.
I was talking to my little sister. She has a young family and she does everything, and they're so cute. Her husband, the kids. And I was telling her, I said, I need some time for myself. We were talking about helping another family member. And while I was telling her that, she was cooking dinner, had a baby on one shoulder, doing a science project.
Yeah. And hopefully her husband is helping out as well, because a lot of, moms have it down pat where they have, I know my daughter, like it's not, she's not going to play that just me stuff. If I'm cooking, you're going to be doing the laundry. You know what I mean? It's going to be a combined effort here, because that's what makes the family go better and, a little bit more smooth.
Oh, that is a beautiful thing. Yeah, they it's sort of like that, I think, with her and her husband. They're definitely team mates. They're teammates for sure. He does one thing, she does the other, and they are doing a great job over there.
Yeah, that is awesome, because it's needed, just for a family to function effectively.
So happy Mother's Day to you.
Happy Mother's Day. I was watching Long Island. I'm all caught up.
Oh, yes. Okay, so I'm so glad you could join in at this, because I stopped it just so we could talk about did you get to see Tyrant Terminator as well?
Was it a recent one?
Oh my goodness, it was yesterday.
Oh, okay, then I missed, because yesterday I was just running around, so that I missed everything. I didn't get to see anything live and anything. When I got home, I took a relaxing bath, did me some self-care and looked at my toes because, got caught up in my pedicure and relaxed and watched my toes go to sleep.
That's a good feeling. No, I want to go. I think I'm gonna go today just to like get my hair like washed and trimmed.
I got my hair done yesterday. You all got the butters whipped. Got the summer braids.
Oh, that's what I want, some cute little braids.
Well, got the summer crochet where it doesn't take as long. Our time is valuable, Burgundy. We all got, you all in the chat too. We all got a lot of stuff going on. So, now they make the crochet where we can, do that. And it's very reasonable if you all order from Amazon.
Oh, now see, I've never had crochet. I've seen some cute ones though.
Now they look like braids. My hair looks like individual braids.
I love it. And it's half the time.
Correct. It took 1 hour, 45 minutes.
Oh yeah, because you'll sit in the air. They'll be like, it's gonna take 10 hours to get some braids. Then
less money.
Oh, okay. We're gonna have to email. I need some info.
Yes, I'll send it to you because it's so easy. I'm gonna send you the styles. It's so many styles, and you get the hair and order it one day, you get it the next day, and it's less money. And I'm not really big, you all, on just ordering everything from Amazon because I like to stimulate my economy because I like my neighborhood having all the stores they do. And if we're running and ordering everything online, I know that we're not going to have a progressive community. But the hair, that is one thing that it is good to order on Amazon because it is so much cheaper. You save your gas, your time. You could go to Pinterest, look up styles, and that's what I did.
Yeah. No, thank you, because I need something. I think I'm gonna go by like just one of those 24-hour hair places today and get a wash and a trim, and because I don't know what style I want to get. So yeah, this is exciting. So I got some hair tips. Yes. We got Mama Hill in the house. Hey, Mama Hill.
Hey, Mama Hill. So I was trying to look to see because we probably need to play back where if anyone has a chance to look at the meeting where Trustee House talked about because he mentioned the time, I think, at the meeting when he mentioned the tickets that he said to contact them if anyone wanted to go.
Yeah, please, because we're gonna have to go back because it's definitely I just emailed. Well, I just inboxed. I grew up with one of her children, and I'm hoping that he responds because I'm like, I would like to share that with everybody because he did. Jason mentioned it and Big Mike.
Yes, he did.
And I was like, me, I'm sitting over here. I'm gonna roll through.
Yes, and so I know you have a million things going on, but I know you all give me the highlights. Did you all talk about Tyrant Terminator yesterday?
No. Let's get into it now. Before we do this, let's go to the Mother's Day at Tea with the Trustees. What they did honoring the parents. I wanted to get that out the way. If you don't mind. So let's share what happened at Tea with the Trustees. Thank you for capturing this. This was in the Dolton Politics group.
Oh, that's so awesome.
I think Miss Thelma got it for us. So let's go up. Let's see if they have. This is them presenting to each of the mothers and the wife of some slain in Dolton. And they also gave out gift bags and things of that nature. So that was
so nice.
It really was. Alexis Wilson's mother.
Oh, that's nice.
Let me see if I can get it up.
I like that.
Let me see.
They do such positive things.
We, the elected officials of the Village of Dolton, wish to express our gratitude and respect to the family of Tavares E. Davis. Whereas Tavares E. Davis was a faithful gentleman who was a loving husband, devoted father, and a savvy businessman. Whereas Tavares E. Davis loved the culinary arts, and became a successful businessman in the funnel cakes market and was coined the funnel cake man. Therefore, let it be known that we know the deep loss and sorrow of your family that your family is experiencing. And therefore, we want to share in your sorrow, but recognize that the Lord has accepted Tavares E. Davis into his presence as a good and faithful servant. Be at peace in the everlasting love of the Lord. Respectfully submitted on the 11th day of May, 2024, on behalf of the Village of Dolton Clerk, Allison Key, and the Board of Trustees, Jason House, Kiana Belcher, Brittany Norwood, and Tammy Brown. Okay. This resolution is for Christopher Ward. We, the elected officials of the Village of Dolton, wish to express our gratitude and respect to the family of Christopher Ward. Whereas Christopher Ward was a faithful young man who is a loving son, fiance, devoted father, and loved his family and many friends. His smile could brighten any room. Whereas Christopher Ward had a great passion for music. His artistic styles earned him the name Young Chris. Therefore, let it be known that we know the deep loss and sorrow your family is experiencing. And therefore, we want to share in your sorrow, but recognize that the Lord has accepted Christopher Ward into his presence as a good and faithful servant. Be at peace in the everlasting love of the Lord. Respectfully submitted on this 11th day of May, 2024, on behalf of the Village of Dolton Clerk, Allison Key, and the Board of Trustees, Jason House, Kiana Belcher, Brittany Norwood, and Tammy Brown. President Castillo. First, resolution for Alexis Celestine Wilson. We, the elected officials of the Village of Dolton, wish to express our gratitude and respect to the family of Alexis Celestine Wilson. Whereas Alexis Celestine Wilson was a very happy, outstanding young lady who was a loving daughter, sister, granddaughter, niece. She was extremely close to her little brother, Alonzo Wilson Jr. Whereas Alexis Celestine Wilson, throughout her entire life, displayed an outstanding array of talents. One of her dreams was to start an eyelash and hairline business. Therefore, let it be known that we know the deep loss and sorrow of your family is experiencing. And therefore, we want to share in your sorrow, but recognize that the Lord has accepted Alexis Celestine Wilson into his presence as a good and faithful servant. Be at peace in the everlasting love of the Lord. Respectfully submitted on this 11th day of May, 2024, on behalf of the Village of Dolton Clerk, Allison Key, and the Board of Trustees, Jason House, Kiana Belcher, Brittany Norwood, and Tammy Brown.
That was beautiful for them to do.
That was.
And just to recognize that that happened, I think each of those casualties happened within the last 3 years.
Right.
So they were in office and they're able to at least show their concern, and it was really beautiful. So
that's important. That kind of helps. What I was talking about in terms of healing, all of those things that pour into you, like you acknowledging things that you do, and bringing awareness to the story, and them acknowledging the wrong and honoring them, that helps them with their healing process.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine, like, that's what makes Mother's Day. Like, first of all, let's start with them having to come to Dolton to fight for their babies, and
right.
but Mother's Day is here, and I know Funnel Cake Man, his wife and family, they're really close. Alexis Wilson, you could tell how bonded they are, and Christopher Ward mother
Right.
coming through.
Yeah, like she said that to his mom. She talked about it's bad enough having to pass by. So,
Mhm.
you think about when something happens, we don't usually have to pass by. Like, for instance, let's say our parent, died in a hospital. We
Mhm.
may not have to pass by that hospital every day or on a regular basis, but even if we do, it's still painful when we do. But think about them having to, she mentioned that, like she's in the community. So she has to pass by this place. She's seeing that the officers that are supposed to be there, the security is not there. And, she's seeing stuff still occurring.
Mhm. And she asked just one simple thing, which is selfless of hers. You promised that they would have security or something here, so no, this doesn't happen to anyone else.
Correct.
And that hasn't happened. And they were open. If I'm not mistaken, I think she said 2 hours later after they took him to the hospital.
Right, because she mentioned also that they bring a lot of money into, the town. So, yeah, it's kind of like they're seeing the money versus the person. And it's so selfless for that person to say, not just think about themselves, but to say, I don't want it to happen to someone else.
Very selfless. Like she's just literally sitting up there like, I just don't want it's something else. So prayers to all of these
Yes.
today and every day.
Yeah, because it's a hard one for the moms for Mother's Day, and it's going to be a hard one on Father's Day.
Yeah, it really is. Let's get to
Thanks for sharing that. That was awesome.
yeah, I just felt like it and thanks to, I think it was Trustee Ed Steve and Thelma Price that made the videos available, and I think that was a great closing. I think the whole week had it was planned out well. Like they had the roast, they had the funny situation. Jedediah Brown had a roast by the fountain, and I thought it was
Ooh.
a roast by the fountain, but I'm glad that happened because I didn't realize the fountain wasn't operational with all
Well,
this.
that's what Kiana had been asking, remember? Or
Mhm.
this is old meetings.
Mhm.
She asked that they clean that fountain. She talked about how beautiful it was.
Mm. It brought attention to that for me because I said, "Oh, the fountain's not working." I thought it was just.
Yeah, yeah, she had been asking for that for a
Mhm.
while.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. I think that the one of the days of Hell Week was rained out, and I think that was kind of okay because
Mhm.
they picked up the next day and they had more people that were able. I think because I think Thursday was rained out, so it allowed more people to take time to come on Friday, and it looked like they had a great time over there stepping and barbecuing and meeting your
Oh,
neighbor.
wow. Where were they?
They were at the main park. They were at Dolton Park, the main
Oh,
park.
wow.
And I think it was cool because I think I've been out there like twice to uh the big rallies. I never
Nice.
see anybody I know. And I thought that was really cool
That's
because
very nice because people get to meet other people in the community.
exactly, you're meeting your neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's what it should be all about, not about me, the politician. This is my event, but this is our event. This is our neighborhood. So nice to meet you.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. I
That
think it's
is nice. I love the way people are coming together. I'm gonna do, how Burgundy did my voice, you all. I'm gonna do Burgundy's voice. I love when she does this. She doesn't know how much I love when she does this. She acts like she's telling us a secret. You guys, don't we want Burgundy to talk to Thelma? You guys, I would love to talk to Thelma. Isn't Thelma the one that said, wait, I have it in my notes. Y'all know y'all stole
got
money. Y'all know y'all sold them houses. Y'all trying to hide. You wanted them to pay to play. Was
she
that her?
Yes, that's Miss Thelma. And when I tell you, not only can she wear a mean red lipstick, let's start there.
Yes. Yes.
Her lipstick is always on point.
Miss
But
Thelma is a bad shut your mouth.
yes, but remember, I'm watching these old board meetings.
And her hats.
And her hats, yes.
She like me. I love the bling hats.
Oh, me too. Too cute. What I love about her is she started off with like, hey, you knocked on my door. You did knock on my door. I believe that was Miss Thelma at that time too. You could tell me, Cecile. She was like, you knocked on my door. You didn't tell us. I didn't mind about the second chance program, but I'm involved in the community and you didn't ask me if I wanted the second chance program. I think that was Miss Thelma.
I can't recall.
Because I have to go. I have to do it.
I have to look again because she's given us so many moments.
Yeah. And I think I'm gonna have to do the best of Miss Thelma. But that thing when she said, all y'all getting Rico, and she was pointing.
Yes. I'm telling you all, when I tell you she had me laughing when she said, y'all know y'all. Those houses. When she brought up the houses and the pay to play.
Oh, yeah.
Baby, she said, and baby, you going to jail. What? And then she, what? I said that where we tired of paying for your.
I love it. And when she said William Moore, they use you.
Yep, they used you. They used you. And baby.
Oh, she's so tiny, and just that mighty voice just coming through, and having to stand up for the community.
Yes.
I would love to talk to her.
But this shows that they're sincere, is what I was thinking. So the person that called herself doing the Declaration of Independence speech for the mayor. And she got up and she had a little piece of paper and she whipped it up like it was like she was in first grade and like she was going before the classroom, to share like my favorite book, y'all, What Mary Jo Shared.
Oh,
I read it when I was 5 or 6 and I have a copy of it. And Mary Jo shared her father. And she whipped that piece of paper up like she was sharing something. And she had to read. That's how much she thought about this person that she talked about making an impact in her life. That's why it never came across as being sincere to me, is because if anyone made an impact, you don't have to read from a piece of paper.
You're absolutely right.
And she and all of these ladies, they got up, and gentlemen, they got up, they spoke from their hearts. They weren't looking down at any notes on their phone, no reading points, and they hit them all.
Yeah, because it's the sincerity and it comes from the heart. When you have stuff that's coming from the heart, like what you say, what Mary Jo wanted to share.
Yes, what Mary Jo shared.
What Mary Jo shared, what she did was, it was more of a tactic to, I'm gonna stand up for you. It was for one person. It wasn't for the community.
Yeah, and I love that because to me, people keep forgetting this is real. It's going on in you all's community. It's real. People are being entertained by it, but it is, at the end of the day, it is still real lives that are being affected. And the people that are hurting from those real lives being affected. Now, are you going to come on? Because see, y'all left me, y'all. I'm still at the meeting. I know we've moved on to everything else, but I still want to comment my thoughts from the meeting. Are you going to have a day where we could comment what our thoughts are about the meeting and some things we noticed? Because I just want to talk about how someone has told them some things, and we see that the police are not aggressively standing behind them anymore. They're not aggressively standing around the people anymore. And Lacey, trustee, calm down. He's not as aggressive. I mean, it was almost like he sounded defeated and he wasn't really doing his best to try to stop the situation. So we could see that there's some things that have changed where it seems like the key players aren't even wanting to play anymore.
I think so. Like, I think we should do that. We should do that tomorrow on live.
Yeah, because we got to talk about it. We have to talk about the people's comments. I mean, you all, I'm not going to lie to y'all. I watched it 3 times, y'all. Just their comments. Someone posted just their comments. And I'm telling you, just the sincerity in each of them. Like when Miss Vivian took off her wig. When she said, I was the one with the 2 white friends, not you. Where did you grow up? She called her out. When, and so these are things that people were not able to say in the past because their voices were suppressed.
Yes.
And so she was able to say things. She was able to be calm because her voice was not suppressed. And she also has obviously had some time to think about, how she comes across.
Yeah. Definitely. Let me tell you, it was a change. But okay, I know we still will do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Because I want to talk about unasked deceit tomorrow.
No, you know what I want to say? Janice, Tangenique missing. We already knew Miss Kim. She quit every day, but the fact that all the finance people are missing.
Yeah.
We got to talk about this, y'all. You right?
Yeah. It's just a lot of things going on, and I want to talk about his new name, Sit Down Brown.
Sit down.
Because your name cannot be Stan because you stand for nothing.
Ooh, you are right.
You have to change your name. And you know what? See, you all are nice. See, I'm very petty, but I meant petty in a professional way. Because I would have t-shirts. So you know how she sits and she ignores everyone? Oh, she would not be able to ignore everyone wearing t-shirts that say things. He would not be able to ignore Sit Down Brown.
I mean, he has nothing to say. Oh, okay, wait, because I'll get off. Sit down, Brown. Hashtag Sit Down Brown.
Sit Down Brown.
Okay, so we're gonna have to go over that because tomorrow is the 13th. So I will be going live tomorrow because somebody got to turn in documents.
Is it gonna be in the evening?
Yeah, it'll be in the evening because you know what? I'll set a timer because I don't know when I'll be able to get back. So yeah, we're gonna and I want to also say our prayers are with Allison Key because I know this is a stressful situation for her week after week.
Yes, and we need to send her well wishes. We need to overload her with well wishes and notes. You know what would be nice if we could have something where all of us post something nice about her and it gets to the trustees to just kind of let her know so that she knows that she is just valued. I thought about having a friend of mine to make her like a certificate because I know that'll be easy to get to her because she needs to know she's valued. And when she brought that attorney out, we got to talk about that. Her bringing the attorney up to dispute that, like they're playing chess.
The rinky-dink attorney, right?
Yep. And he was still respectful because he paused.
He did.
But he still called her mayor. But I know he wanted to call her something else.
Madam Clerk, and then he was like, Mayor.
Yes, and we have to talk about the way Keith looked. He did not look good.
No, let me tell you something. I know people be like, Burgundy, I'm tired of you, but I feel bad for some of the people that I know they did wrong for sure, but I'm like, dang, they thought it was all good a week ago, and now their families are affected. Like sometimes, like I don't know if Mrs. Price knew, is that his name? Not Price, Freeman. Mrs. Freeman knew what was going on to what extent, or if you know, now Stan Brown wife should have said, go on, sit down. She see what happened every week. But just like I'm like the way they're throwing their families away, if you will, because they got a hold of this.
She knew the 90K Robbins, Illinois. She knew.
Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, so look, I just be looking like y'all thought it was all good, but this is not. You got in control.
She saw the bankruptcy.
You right. Okay, moving on to audits, because we're gonna talk about this tomorrow. And Succeeding is 100% right. I can't look. I tried. Wait. They said we need this, so this. We're segueing. Here we go, guys.
That I have felt the most connected and valued.
There we go, guys. Let's start with Long Island Audits. Shout out to Long Island Audits. If you guys didn't know, I ran into him in my travels in Dolton about 3 times. And I'm on this thing. I had this conversation as we did on live with Gardis about, you know, how he feels about the audits. And I received that. But I think that sometimes the auditors are keeping people on their toes because a lot of us didn't know our First Amendment rights.
Yes.
So I think they are important to come to town. But you guys, let's start with Long Island Audit. We're gonna Sean Reyes. We're gonna play a little bit of his, and then we're gonna go to Tyrant Terminator because it got unhinged over there.
Oh my!
Hit the like button, you guys. So let's go ahead to Long Island Audits and see what he has to say. Did I start it? I think I did. Hold on, because that's why I went live. Yeah, let me go on in. And you guys, I want to say Dolton Public Library is a beautiful library.
It's big.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
She's taking pictures of video of me right now.
Do you have a policy? She's taking.
Okay. Loose fingers this morning. Oh, I got my computer updated, so now it's moving faster than me. So, it's a beautiful place to go, and they have a lot of events, a lot. So if you're in the area, go to Dolton Public Library. Okay, let's get into the first minute. This is Long Island Audit. Shout out to LIA and shout out to all the people that found me because of Long Island Audit as well. All right, let's go from there.
Pictures because we're going to call the police. Call the police, please. Call the police. This gentleman walked into the library.
How dare I?
He is within his legal right to record.
But if he's recording my image and I don't want him to record it,
Yes.
don't I have a right to say no?
Quick question. You guys have cameras all over the place recording, right?
Yes.
We do.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here, back again with another video. Today, we're at the public library here in Dolton, Illinois. We're here today, as always, to peacefully exercise our First Amendment right to film in public and publicly accessible areas, to promote transparency and accountability within our government, and to ensure that our public servants recognize our rights and treat us with respect. Let's get into it. You're immediately greeted with our friendly reminders that they're always recording us. But it always seems to be an issue when we, the people, record them. Excuse me?
That's the director's office.
Oh, I saw the sign right here, director's office. Yeah, I saw it.
No, you don't get to take pictures in here.
I was just taking some pictures from the door. I didn't go inside.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to do that.
Interesting.
I know this is weird, but Succeeding, that hardwood floor is cute, isn't it?
It really is. I was really impressed. I'm going to have to go by that library. I'm so serious. It is really nice. I like the floors. I was like, oh my gosh, and look at the blue, the way the blue hit the ceilings and the crown molding and the lighting.
Looks really nice. I just had to point that out. Looks great.
It does. They definitely are spending some dollars there, definitely, which is good. That's well spent dollars.
It very much is. Dalton Public Library, you have to get the Dalton Tattler in there. You guys aren't. Oh, you guys, I have somebody in here. Zen Master, are you still here? People like the beginning of my video, the music, or when I do the standalone music. Zen Master did the music.
Oh, Zen Master. Oh, that's why their name is Zen Master.
Yeah, so he did my music and my logo, and this is when I first started. So thank you, Zen. Thank you so much. So a lot of people ask me about that music, the music and the countdown and the logo and the visuals. I think was Super Mario style. Super Mario style. So thank you, Zen.
Okay. With a name like Zen Master, Zen Master, I would expect nothing less.
Yeah, he did it for me 3 years ago. Thank you so much, Zen.
On Zen Master.
Okay,
that's why you the Zen Master.
That's bad. Yeah.
And Tracy just let us know some tea.
Ooh, let's see what Tracy said
about the emergency board meeting.
Yes. So tomorrow is the agenda is posted. That's the alleged secret squirrel meeting, but
that must be the veto.
Yes, it's 6 o'clock at the field house.
The big V.
Yep. So that's why we'll be going live in the evening because it's a lot to do tomorrow.
Ooh.
Tomorrow's the 13th, so we have court, we have the meeting. It's a busy day in Dolton on Monday. A busy day. Thank you, Tracy. Okay, let's go back. Let's see what's going on in this library. Oh, and side note, I don't know if you guys remember, I went to the library and I had my phone out to ask a question, and the woman was like, "What you doing with that phone?" So yeah, I was like, I'm looking up a book.
Right. I'm reading my note. Right. I'm checking a text. I'm paying a bill. I'm downloading a book. I'm making a purchase from Amazon. Whatever.
Yes, they were really on edge. So I wonder if that was the time that this happened, because remember he releases the videos later. And
right.
Yeah. So now I'm wondering, but let's go ahead. I didn't even think about that. Okay, let's go ahead, guys.
You all seem to take a lot of pictures and video of everyone in the library. So you all take a lot of pictures and video of people in the library.
So that's what I'm supposed to do.
You can't take pictures of people.
He got told. 16, he got told.
Yes.
That's what I'm supposed to do. That's my job. Don't come over here with that.
Like, that's right. That's why I'm here. I'm paid for that.
Okay.
Either for minors, you can't take pictures of minors or anything.
Where are there minors here?
But I'm saying, but you can't take my picture without my permission either.
Who says that?
I don't want to be on your video.
So why are you talking to me then?
So I'm just saying, but this is a public space.
But realistically, does it make sense? Does it make sense to not want to be recorded and then come up to the man that's recording, obviously recording? Does that make any sense?
What I'm saying to you is that I'm letting you know that if there are minors running around, you can't take pictures of them.
Well, my objective is not to record any minors. That's not what I'm trying to do.
I'm telling you that. I know that. You told me that now.
Right.
But I'm telling you, we protect the minors in here. So if
sure,
you have children coming through, I'm just letting you know, please don't take pictures of a minor.
Okay, Succeeding, what do you think about this exchange? Because I think this is where it gets kind of controversial for people.
I think so, because one, you're saying you don't want to be filmed, but like he said, you're interacting with the person that is filming them, and you're kind of doing a buildup, of aggression to me.
And I wonder, do they get, okay, the auditors are in town. Obviously, we all know what's going on with Tiffany. I agree with that. But is it any one person that got the education of this is a public building and to maybe not engage and just let him go through? I don't mean is that right? Or is it like she's trying to protect? I don't want my baby on the camera, on somebody's camera. So I get what she's saying, but it's a public building and y'all are filming the babies too. You know what I mean? So I get what you're
Right.
saying. So it gets
It's not until the police come in that they seem to get that education, but it doesn't seem to be something that is known.
yeah. That, and I'm like, is it something that like, I think that it should have been once they see that the auditors are here and this is a thing, educate everybody, like they're coming, they're coming. So this is our plan of action if they come. But then I don't know. Let's go back. You're right.
Yes.
I don't know.
And someone did mention how they should blur out the faces. So before that amendment was challenged, if you notice in videos, they did used to blur out faces. You remember in videos, you would see the person in the background and their faces would always be blurred out?
Yeah.
But that was before the court said that we have no rights when we are in public.
Yeah. Oh. This is crazy. Okay, let's go back. This is, and I want to read what Tanya said. She said, I get that, but at the same time, I feel for those who believe that part of their job is to be custodial of minors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Robert is saying, but it's public, it's built with taxpayers' funds. And I did not understand that either, Robert. I'm gonna be honest. I'm learning. I'm learning as we go. Let's go.
That's not my goal or my objective at
I don't
all.
know what your goal is.
I just told you my goal, man.
I am not a mind reader. I didn't know what your goal is.
I understand you're not a mind reader. That's why I'm saying I'm making it very clear that is not my objective here today.
But even taking pictures of people who don't want to be in your pictures is, we ask permission to take pictures of people.
Why are you taking pictures of the library?
Oh, I'm just investigating something. That's all. I'm investigating a story that I'm working on for
What, in Dolton?
the village of Dolton, yeah.
He said he's investigating something. He's checking it.
Yeah, I'm just investigating. I'm an investigative journalist. I'm an independent journalist. I'm just taking some pictures of video. I'm investigating. So that's why I'm here.
You supposed to be investigating this library?
Huh? Yes, that's what I'm doing right now.
So why would you investigate us?
Well, no, there's a lot of reasons why. I can't really divulge the specifics at this time because
But shouldn't you have gotten permission before you start doing that?
Who would I get permission from?
The director, interim director.
I'm the interim director. You would need permission to videotape because people are here. Individuals from the community are here using the computers and they're not giving you permission to videotape them.
Well, you haven't spoken to them, so you don't know that. But I would just say you don't know. You're saying something you don't know. You don't know if they're giving me. You're saying something you don't know. You don't know if they gave me permission or not. Number one, and number two, are you what is your name?
My name is Lily Bird and I'm the interim director. This is Trustee Dan.
Oh, I don't know. This is when I get conflicted. Like, okay. I don't know. You guys, what do you think in the chat? Like, they're trying to say, please don't be over here because but okay. That's when, like she's saying, don't record the people on the computers. But then it's up to the library to get those privacy screens, possibly.
It really is. Just like they have at offices.
Yeah, because
or at the bank, when you go to the bank.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. So now we're learning they have to protect the public. You know what I mean? But at
Correct.
the same time, we're on film 24/7 there. When we walk in there, we're on film, as we saw at the security desk.
Correct. And people don't realize we could FOIA their film. So when that officer went on to explain it to her, we'll go more into that at that point. But so it is, although people see it as, oh yeah, those cameras are public, you don't know who is asking for those films.
We could FOIA that. We could FOIA the film right now, like you're saying, where Long Island Audit was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Right now.
Yep.
This is crazy. It's so interesting what we're learning.
Yep.
Okay, let's go.
And he feels. And
Hey,
you
hey,
do
how
not
are you?
have, if you're in the library videotaping everyone,
Right.
when we videotape, when we take
Do you
pictures,
ask me for permission?
we ask for people permission.
We
We
did
let
not.
them know immediately before the program begins.
Right.
We have a disclaimer on our site. If you
I
want
can
to
see the video cameras right there on the screen that are recording me at all
That's
times.
for security in the building. This is not for, this is security in the building, and this is for our policy. This is not, you have a policy.
She's taking pictures of video of me
Do
right
you
now.
have a policy? She's taking pictures because we're going to call the police.
You can do that.
Do you have a policy that says that you are allowed to videotape?
I do.
Within? You
Look,
do?
I'm asking for everybody. Is the policy the Constitution technically?
No, it's
Okay.
just that, a policy.
No, which he was saying he has a policy that
Right. Yeah. He means the Constitution. Yep.
and she has just a library policy. But why are we calling the police? Because it's getting escalated. Do we have to call the police at this point? Or just let him walk through, take some pictures, fill out the FOIA and leave?
Right. Even invite him in your office. See, that's what I think I would do if I wasn't educated in that role. I would say, well, sir, do you mind, if we talk and, so I could learn more about, you would think the first thing that she would want to do in her role is to learn more about what you're doing. And maybe, we didn't know you were coming, but see how we can help you. If there's anything we could offer you, would you like a cup of coffee, a bottle of water?
Yeah, it's not what you're doing, it's how you're doing it. You know what I mean? It's how you do it, I guess, because that would sort of like, can we do anything? Like you said, would you like some coffee? Okay, what you doing? Getting pictures? Okay, fine. He would have no content. He will have no content to report on how the library is doing him. But because you guys are engaging, you're giving him that, I don't know. You're giving Sean the content, and it's an education thing. Maybe what makes you want to come in here and film? What gives you the right? And then he tells you, and like you figure it out. Oh, he's here to audit. He's here. He's right about freedom. Let him give you the education. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Oh, this is so sticky because I know it's uncomfortable for them, for someone to come in with the camera, but while this is pause, succeed, and look at the young lady with the pink shirt on back there with the camera facing.
Yes, right. And she made sure, and she did it that way. And she was the one who was interacting with him initially. And she made sure to come up, because you'll notice she's going to come up like a shark, and she's going to move to the right. And she's going to make sure that he knows where, if someone was trying to had some type of issue of some sort that may be intimidating to them, and she's kind of, to me, it looked like purposely trying to get a reaction.
Yeah. Hiram speaks on it, says people confuse their feelings with the law. That's very much true. Yeah, it's very much true. I'm learning that as it go. It doesn't matter how you feel. Okay. Yeah, she's filming her butt off. Let's hit play.
Yep. And like Trusta said, not only are they engaging, they're escalating the situation for no reason other than how uncomfortable they're feeling.
Absolutely. That's right, Truska.
Everybody's taking a picture of me.
Let's see. Yes, because you are not listening and you are violating.
Everybody's taking a picture of me.
Pull up our policy. Where's our?
Oh, not everybody is taking film. Oh, this is my, I guess, buffering, guys.
I would love to see your policy. Sure,
Give
no
my
problem.
patron behavior policy and call the police, please. Call the police. Where are you from exactly?
What does that matter?
No, I'm pausing. I'm trying to pause it so we can. Oh, yeah, I'm experiencing interruptions. Okay, go ahead. Now, what do you think about that, succeeding?
Well, you all remember, okay, I don't know about you all. You all are probably all perfect little angels. So I used to me and my best friend used to go to a library purposely to disrupt their activities in high school. We would take us some pop rock candy so that we can eat it, and they would not know where that sound was coming from. But just something little like that, but still to disrupt that. And so we all know how when we went to the library, they're so so that is so appropriate, unappropriate. That's that whole demeanor that they're giving him, almost like he's a kid.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Like, where are you from? Billy, where do you live? You know what I mean?
And they're totally interrupting this whole they're interrupting the
atmosphere.
Like, no.
Isn't it supposed to be quiet there?
Mm-hmm. And security's not here. She's like, look, I didn't sign up for this. She's not helping it.
Well, the minute he said to her, Dolton, when he said, I'm doing on Dolton, she said, oh, okay. You notice that she got the memo.
Yeah. And it's like, I just don't understand why we're called. This is when police is not needed to be called at this time. It's not an emergency. He just has a camera phone. I mean, he has a camera. Look, you can tell he just has a phone.
Yes.
A camera phone. Yeah. This is interesting. Oh, you guys, Jay Jones says that the park with Mother's Day at Lester Long Field House, it starts at noon.
Okay, Jay Jones was gonna find out what was going on.
This is pretty interesting.
Brandon Earl asked a good question. If someone was to slap the phone out of his hand, what would be the repercussions? So, Brandon, that actually happened on Tyrant Terminator's video. And you could check that out where you could see the person did slap the phone. They actually ended up escorting her out because she was being arrested.
Oh,
it's considered assault.
It's assault. It is assault. Oh, we have Gardis Watts.
Hey, Gardis.
Hey, Gardis. Happy Sunday and happy Mother's Day to your beautiful wife and family.
Yes, I know you showered her with all kinds of gifts, and her arm is probably adorned with tennis bracelets.
Yeah.
She probably can't even lift her arm.
We love Gardis. Gardis, thank you. And we're talking about the audit, so I already know, Gardis.
Yes.
Let's go to let's get back. Let's see how it goes.
I need to know where you're from. Are you coming from a business?
I told you I'm an independent journalist.
You're an independent journalist. You did not call me.
I don't need to.
Yes, you do.
I don't.
You need to call me to make an appointment to come into my library.
Not your library.
And come in and to do this.
Don't need to call you, and it's not your library.
Well, then you need to leave.
Succeeding, that's the thing. We're gonna go to Tyrant Terminator video too. Sometimes I don't think people are educated to know, like, yes, you may be the what is it, library custodian or librarian,
right.
But it's not yours, it's the people's library. And that's one thing Tiffany does too. She's
right. Like, because no one is telling her. They keep giving her all of these props and all of this authority, and no one is telling her, we pay your salary. This is ours. But now she's being told that. I can't say no one's telling her now. Now she seems to be getting it. But like how she said, yes, this is the taxpayers' library. This is public property. And look at her demeanor.
Yeah. And now you need to leave. You need to leave. Oh, this is terrible.
But you see, she's looking at that piece of paper because she's really trying to find a reason to put him out.
Yeah.
Okay. So, use of electronic equipment, that's for phones, but also engaging in behavior that is reasonable library user would find to be disruptive, harassing, threatening, or nature of library users of staff, including prolonged staring, intent to annoy.
So you think I'm engaging in that behavior?
see it.
Yeah.
To annoy, did she look at him?
Yeah. And he's so cool and calm.
I could not. I don't see how he could do this. This is too much. So yeah, but no.
We would be laughing. That's why it wouldn't work for us. You want us to leave? Yeah, we would be laughing.
Right, they'll probably have my picture on the wall at the police station, like she's here auditing again.
Now they would be trying to take us somewhere else because they think that we're not all sound, because we would be laughing so hard because we would be like, we know our rights. You know?
Yeah, but even though that's the library policy, what did we learn? Nothing beats federal law. Nothing beats that. Like, you can have the library, then you have like town law, state law, all that, but it's federal law, and then you have the Constitution. So you have to adhere to that. That's why we have it. Oh, let's get back to it.
And intentionally behaving. Well, how do you think you're coming off to me?
You're the one that came. No, you came.
And I said, hi, what's going on?
And I said hi, and I told you I'm an independent journalist, and I told you that I don't need your permission to
immediately you started
record.
saying, immediately you give me that. Boom, I don't need you don't come to me and speak to me in a way that I can communicate calmly and effectively with you. Immediately,
if somebody's telling you what they need to do,
immediately you say
I'm just telling you that I don't.
I don't need to. Oh, excuse
because
me.
I don't. I was just telling you a fact.
I was simply coming to you and asking you.
I was just telling you a fact, ma'am. That's all.
Well, your fact came off really kind of harsh. Okay.
I think it came off kind of harsh when you tell me that I need to ask you for permission to film inside of your library.
Director.
You're the interim library director.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. It wouldn't matter. You're right. It doesn't matter if it's your interim or the permanent. It doesn't matter. You're right.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Either way, they don't need to
I have facilities,
get your permission.
I have all the community workers in here, outside in the community who come here, TCA.
I have a question, Succeeded. Why does she need to record if the security cameras are recording?
Right. That's what I'm saying. She's doing it she's trying to get a reaction from him.
Yeah, because I'm like, the security right there. You got witnesses. Right. You have 3D cameras all over the place. You don't need your camera. You wasting your memory.
Because typically, if you're really trying to discreetly record the activity, one, there are cameras there. You work there, so they don't need you to put it on your phone. So that's not your reason.
Yeah, that's like you filming us, or we filming you type of thing, huh?
Right.
Oh, I feel bad. Let's go.
Everyone comes here. Age options. They contact me first to make an appointment to come.
See, this is what I don't understand. Okay, my young lady right here with the gray, she's filming, but when he turned the camera towards her, she wants to get out the way.
Right.
But what are y'all two camera phones gonna show?
Right.
This is let's go. I guess they feel protected with it, right? I don't know.
They're trying to get a reaction.
I'm in. When the news people come, when FEMA comes, when DMV from
and they all ask you for permission to record,
because programs have to go through me.
Right. So they chose to ask you for permission, ma'am.
They just wouldn't walk up in here. We wouldn't be prepared for that, and we wouldn't have a space. You're coming in and violating people's privacy. People are pulling up information on the computers.
You're violating people's privacy by recording them.
People know we have cameras.
Everybody knows that I have cameras. I'm very visible that I have a camera. But I'm very visible that I have a camera.
You're walking in. We don't know you from Adam, Jake, John. You come in with a camera and you start filming everyone.
I'm filming the library, and it's not acceptable.
It's unacceptable.
To you, it might be, ma'am. It might be to you.
You are not following any rules or regulations for this library. You are disrupting it.
I would argue that you and your employees here are disrupting the library.
I'm done. Did you call? Okay, I'm gonna go get, I don't know if you're a patron or not, but you need to leave.
Do you see how it's a little hypocritical that you're trying to remove me from a building for filming when your own employees are filming?
Do you know, they film because you're filming. That's when they started filming, because
Okay.
we were told.
Well, no,
by
the
our-
filming started as soon as I
No.
walked in the door.
No, it did not.
It did
I
because
was the only one talking to you.
no,
It
I'm
did
talking
not.
about the cameras that are here from the public
Sweetheart.
library.
If you walk into a bank, they have what? Cameras.
Cameras, correct.
If you walk into a
Succeeding.
grocery store, they have.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Cameras.
Are you gonna?
We pause. Here we go. Walking into the bank, they have cameras.
Yep.
Walking into the grocery store, they have cameras. What's the difference?
Right.
The difference is that's private, right? Am I right, you
Right.
guys? That's private business.
Correct.
And this is a federal
Big
funded
difference.
big difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
Paid by the taxpayers. Learning along the way, but I'm like, she doesn't have that education.
Right.
Wow. Oh, let's go, guys. This is slow, guys. I had it's buffering. I think it's
Go up to them and say, "Hey, you can't film me because you have cameras on me."
You know why I wouldn't do that?
Would
I would
you do
never.
that?
I would never do that. You know why?
Why?
Because
sorry, guys. I think this StreamYard is buffering really bad.
I would be in public. I'm choosing to be in public, so I
This
know
is
that
a
there's.
public place.
I know that. So I'm choosing to be in public. That let me make my point. I'm choosing to be in public, just like everybody here, including.
Sorry, guys. Let me see if maybe we can fast forward here because this is slowing.
Yourself did. You chose to be in public today,
I work here.
right? So you chose this
my
job.
responsibility.
Oh wow. Let's go over to. Let me see if I could switch it up. I'm gonna go over to Tyrant Terminator video. You guys go to Long Island Audit. I'm gonna see if StreamYard is going to allow us to flip around. Maybe I don't know why this video is buffering, and see if Tyrant Terminator video may come out a little better. But yeah, the comments were this is private proper. I mean, that's public property versus private property. So we're learning along the way because this is quite interesting. It's quite
Yeah.
interesting.
It's sad that even when the police came there, educated them, let them know people can ask for, these, records as well. They never apologized.
Never apologize. They just go ahead and it's almost like we're right, so deal with it. We're right, so deal with it the whole time.
Right.
And I don't think it should be like that. It's like, sit down. Now, this is when everybody in Dolton, if they could, like the police department, everything,
Mm-hmm.
Long Island Audit, he goes out and he educates people. This is where that education would come in handy.
Right.
People, the education will come in handy.
I think the reason the security guard isn't saying a word is because he let them know what he was doing. I'm doing this on Dolton. They know what's going on. So anyone you would think with any common sense that knows that they're documenting Dolton would try to stay in the background.
Absolutely. 1 second, 60. I'm sorry.
Unless they're causing some type of, illegal action.
Mm-hmm.
Then, you would, come out of hiding, so to speak, or come alive.
I know it's horrible. It's like no apologetics. We're right. We're right, and you're wrong. Let's see if I can get this going now, guys. I think StreamYard said it's a little better. It said
Yeah,
to
I
report
agree with
if we did.
Portis. Like they only need a picture of him. Correct. They're trying to purposely film because we've seen now. We are educated on Karen videos. We've seen them all. And what they always do in those videos is they like to make sure that person knows that they're recording them because it's an intimidation tactic. And so that's why they're standing around him like sharks, recording, trying to get a reaction, and they're not getting the reaction. And if she's reading from that paper, she's reading of how a person can be put out, and he's not doing any of those things. So she's like, oh, well, let's call the police then.
That's exactly. And she's like, okay, I'm done. Like, I'm done. Let's call the police. And it's like, why? And I feel like sometimes that the police are being used as a weapon, if I can say that. Like, they're being weaponized a little bit, like as a threat. Like, if you don't,
they do.
and I know, yeah, like we don't have to call the police. You have security right there.
Right.
You guys, it always surprised me. It goes from one person being talked to everybody stops working and surround this one person with the camera.
Right. And if they didn't create that atmosphere, bananas. Or if she called them aside in private. Oh, sorry. It wouldn't create that atmosphere.
No, I'm
even
listening.
Getting
I'm totally
people
listening.
involved, like they don't have to make people around them uncomfortable. They create that environment themselves.
Yeah. Absolutely. They created themselves. They stop working.
Yeah.
They cause a scene.
They make people uncomfortable because the people wouldn't know the patrons, as they call us at library, wouldn't know what was going on if they were not as loud as they are, and they're not being very quiet about this exchange.
Yeah. So I would leave the library at this point, or I'd be over there with my phone being nosy, recording as well. Let me see if this will go, and we'll see how it works. But StreamYard's really slow for me today, guys. Sorry about that. Let's see if it'll go a little more.
Pink's Pearls asks if she's related to Tiffany.
Right, ma'am. And you chose to be in public, so that way I would never complain about cameras. I'm not complaining about your cameras in here. I'm pointing out the hypocrisy. No, ma'am. Yes, I'm pointing out the hypocrisy that your cameras are allowed, and I don't need permission to record me or anybody else, minors included.
Let me bring it back
to
that scenario.
My camera.
You walk into the store.
No, I said no. I would never.
Videotaping everything, and if they said, "Sir, what are you doing?" And they said, you said, you can't stop me. I'm videotaping.
Right. Yeah. I wouldn't do that in a bank or a grocery store because those are private establishments.
You guys. Okay, I'm gonna just exit out of here and go to Timer Terminator. I think it's the StreamYard. So let's see how we can do it. Let's see if we got any hope over here. Coming up, guys. I'm trying to load it up. If not, I might have to restart the whole thing.
Amazing Tribe is just wrong. I'm not going to even read what they wrote. They are just wrong. They know what they said, and you will see it when you see it. They just wrong to make us laugh like this on Mother's Day.
Amazing Tribe in here acting up. Hey, Amazing. Thanks for being here.
Amazing Tribe, report to active duty to the principal's office.
Hey, Mara. Hey, everybody. This is quite interesting. Oh my goodness.
Where's that at?
Where we're Tyrant Terminator?
Oh, that's where Tyrant Terminator. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I went over there, you guys. I think the StreamYard is just, I don't know.
Is that the library too?
Nope. We're switched over. Tyrant Terminator went to the Forest Preserve.
Oh, I saw that. Okay, I did see that. Yep.
Okay. Now I don't think so, guys. Make sure you go. It's both of them are linked in the description. Sorry, I'm having trouble with StreamYard right now, but I wanted us to just start at the beginning, I guess, and see what happened. That was Long Island video, and now we're going over the Tyrant Terminator video, and we'll see. Like this gets unhinged fast, doesn't it, Cecilia?
Right, it really does.
Let's see how it goes. Hopefully, we can play a little bit of this before it closes us down. Let's see. Come on, YouTube. Do us right. I do have, make sure I got my Wi-Fi is strong enough. It is. I got all my bars. And let's see. All right, let's go. No, I don't think it's gonna work, guys. I'm sorry. Must have not been.
They respect our rights to record in public and to make sure that our rights are not infringed on by anyone at any time. So let's go see. Hello.
You want to sign in at the clipboard and then we can help you out. Or do you have any questions?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
I think the video is still lagging, guys, because I can't even get to the part where he walks in there. So this is the Forest Preserve of Cook County, which I didn't know was federally government situation funded. So I'm learning all of this as we go. I knew that it was government property, but I didn't know exactly. You know, you walk into these places and it says no recording and you just deal with it. I didn't know this was, not that I want to record anytime.
Stacy, appreciate you trying to be professional. Only thing.
Sorry, guys. Let's see. I just think it's a bad day for me to.
Are you the man?
You guys just go to Tyrant Terminator Audits. I'm having such a hard time trying to play this. I'll give it one more go. But Tyrant Terminator, shout out to him. He's awesome. And he does a lot of Illinois audits. He does a lot of Illinois audits. Let me see if this will go one more time. Let me shrink this, see if it'll work. And then hit play. Sorry, guys. Maybe this will help a little bit.
You want to sign in at the clipboard and then we can help you out. Or do you have any questions?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
If you want to sign in at the clipboard at the desk, sign in, right?
Yeah, it's a bad day, Mason. Sorry, I tried, guys. Really tried to get that going, but
do you have Xfinity by any chance?
I do.
Do you have a newer modem?
I do. They brought us one. It was a newer one. Like
you just got it recently?
Yeah, like maybe, what is this? So I might have gotten it maybe 4 months ago. Is that new enough, or I'm supposed to get another one?
Check with them and see, because I know like in this area, they did some enhancements in the area. And I just got one a couple of weeks ago. But just check to make sure that your speed, because the speed wasn't correct for the modem.
Oh, because I actually just got
what does it look like?
It's white and slim.
So I don't know, that may work. See, mine is black and yeah, but just have them to check. They'll be able to, if you call the or chat with your app, they'll be able to tell you if that particular modem you have is compatible with your speed, because sometimes the two of them are competing against each other and it will cause some issues.
Oh, okay. I'll give it a try, because I'm like, oh man, now it was playing fine, but and then on top of that, I just picked my computer up, so I'm supposed to have more space. So I'm sorry, guys, but that Tyrant Terminator Audits, if you have time, check it out. Now I'm now succeeding. If I say something now, am I overlapping you? Because I see my little heart moving.
Oh, I'm not saying anything.
Okay, I was making sure. I'm like, oh, that's I'm probably lagging. Okay, so you guys check out Tyrant Terminator Audits. I thought it was really crazy how he walked into the forest preserve and everyone got unhinged quickly. I linked
Very.
the description. But since you did see it succeeding, when the woman came from behind the desk instantly, and she was like, no, and no.
Right. That's not what I expected at all.
Yeah. Just to put your hands on somebody, you said no recording, and it's like, what? I remember working at Victoria's Secret, Express and Victoria's Secret with my youth, and someone stole some panties out the front. And they started running, and the security ran after them, chased them outside, and then got injured. And they said, well, we never told you to leave. When they leave the store, that's it. That's your cut.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I felt that way about this young lady. Like, you work for the Forest Preserve. I'm going to need you just to calm down just a little bit.
Right.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really I didn't expect her reaction of her not only coming from behind there, but touching him.
Touching him, yes.
Who would touch someone?
Who would do that? It's ridiculous. Donna Kay said something about I want to read her comment. Donna Kay said, she said somebody needs to be a law about Donna. They should pass a law where you can't get in people's personal space, especially their face. You can only film at certain distances, a certain distance. Cameras are being used as weapons and a form of assault. I don't know, because I was filming, Donna Kay, I was filming at the rally, and I was running around getting captured. When I look at my video, it looked like I had the camera in their face, but I think it was up with my zoom. Like, I wasn't touching them, but it looked like I was right there on them. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
And they did pass that law, Donna. That's what they're saying is the Constitution gives that right. But it's the people's reactions to me that I've seen. Because if I saw someone nowadays, especially now, recording me, I would just, either turn the other way if I didn't want to be on film, or, hi, good luck with your project, type of thing. But if you choose to interact and you're standing there and you're engaging, then those people usually create that, exchange themselves that say they don't want to be, recorded.
Absolutely. They're like adding to it. Shout out to Mara. Mara said for me to download the video. I forgot we got YouTube Premium, so we can download the video now.
Oh, Mara know what's going on.
Oh, okay. So let me see.
Magnificent Mara.
You guys are definitely getting me together. Learning this stuff about Dolton, auditing, everything that's going on is really important, because I feel like, all right. Someone, I think it was Tony, said she didn't realize most of her life her civil rights or her First Amendment rights
have been, and they're talking about it more because, like, I was saying they were talking about it on WBEZ, so they're saying that we don't know our rights, and what people usually think of as in our face. If you really think about the definition of if someone's in your face, it definitely isn't someone that's standing quite a few feet away from you. But nowadays, people like to throw that around, where cameras, honestly, you see the person, but truth be told, a person could be sitting in their car and they could capture you, because if they have the Samsung S24, they pride themselves on that camera being able to capture a football field. And look at some of the people's images from the eclipse recently that use that particular device. So the phones are made but people aren't going after them, but the phones are made to capture you. A person could be standing across the street and get a clear, as close as they could get standing, 10 feet away from you.
Yeah. And this is the thing. I think Tyrant and this young man, Long Island Audit, they both use that camera, that Samsung something.
Yeah, that's why, because it has a better, as far as the creating of those images, it has a better camera, because that's what their sale was, is you can take a picture of a football field. And so people don't realize the cameras are already designed. A person does not have to be standing even 10, 20 feet away from you. They could be standing across the street from the whole building, and they could capture as close, because that's how those phones are designed. The new iPhone has 3 cameras?
Yeah. Oh wow, I'm learning. This is pretty cool. All right, guys, I tried to download the video. Let's see how that went. Let's see. Thank you for that, Mara. If I even get that far, because I think. All right, guys. Let's see. I had no idea I could download the video. This is amazing.
Yep. Oh, 4 cameras. Okay.
YouTube.
The phone has 4 cameras total. Yeah. So these phones, a person does not have to be. So people think that they don't know they're being recorded all the time. How many times have you had someone to say to you, Burgundy, I saw you, and you're like, oh really? I didn't see you. That's the thing, is people see us even when we don't see them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. People see, and I'm moving around and I see myself sometimes on other people's videos, and I'm like, where was their camera at?
Right.
And they'll be on the other side of the
right, because cameras are powerful now, and people think of it as a person standing there, but usually the issue is these people are coming and engaging with them. You're behind a counter and you're engaging, going back and forth, instead of just kind of ignoring the situation or turning around. Don't want a mask if you don't want to be recorded, since you work in public.
Absolutely. You're right. Okay, it says it's downloading. Let's see. Let's try it. We're gonna peek in, guys, and see if we can get anything. Yeah, because you can wear a mask anywhere.
They really could, you know what I mean? They know they're working in public, but it's just that people think that they have these rights that the court has that amended and said, no, these are not rights. Because remember, at first it was, oh, you cannot record here. It was all the thou cannots when camera phones got more popular. Now the thou cannots have been revoked, to this, going back to the amendments.
Let's see. And sorry, guys.
Remember before, you couldn't walk in the health club with a camera phone.
You could.
You used to not be able to.
Isn't yeah, because now it's, well, a health club private, because didn't that lady, it was this girl on TikTok that got in trouble when she tried to when she killed the girl with the BBL and tried to shave the gym.
Right.
It went really bad, but
Yeah,
I
it's
think
private, right? And their property is different because it's not owned by the government, overseen tax dollars.
yeah, but you guys, we could the Melanie Fitness Center because it's government, and then we could be like, hey, what happened at that pool party?
Right. Exactly. Which doesn't make sense. A pool at a police department.
Oh my goodness. How they gonna it's gonna be way more money just for them to
That doesn't even make sense.
a lot of things. So like I always say, I think the super mayor had great ideas, but it didn't go over well. Like she had ideas, but she didn't understand the finance part of the ideas or the maintenance part of the ideas. Like it's just basically a Dolton police sign slapped up over the fitness center. I don't think they've done anything. And they need a new jail. They do need a new jail, or whatever office headquarters because it's so old. But it's sad. It's just a sign. Okay, got our download, guys. Let's see. And we'll see if it's us or them. Thanks for that advice, Mara. All right,
Laura's in there.
Hey, Laura for president. Laura, I enjoy your piano sessions. I really enjoy them. He plays piano.
That's amazing.
Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can share the screen. Mara, I think it is my StreamYard because everything else is moving except for.
Did you hear what Kathy wrote? Did you see? She said her husband is using eyeglasses to record the tax deed sales when we both can't attend. What I tell you, Burgundy, I thought you had.
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. I'm looking into that. I think that is awesome.
I know. I said, oh, look at Burgundy. She got the glasses. She recording.
I'm going to bring Laura up for a second because I'm working out the download. So, Laura for president. Laura, I'm bringing you on up.
Yes.
What's up?
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Happy Mother's Day to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Today is my birthday too.
Happy birthday.
Yes. Happy birthday, Laura.
So you were a Mother's Day gift, huh?
Right.
That just kept giving.
This is the first year that I don't have my mom. My mom died last year.
I'm sorry, Laura.
She always loved when my birthday fell on Mother's Day. So
yeah.
Well,
she left you a lot of great memories, and she did really well with you.
She was an amazing lady. She was nothing like me.
Yes.
My mom. Listen, my mom was the complete opposite of me. She didn't let anything stress her out, and she was a very quiet person. So, and I'm verbose and outrageous about 90% of the time. So I'm grateful. I am grateful for my mom's unconditional love.
But you're very humble.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah.
I am deeply flawed, just like everybody else. But
yeah.
Anyways, I just wanted to come up and wish everybody a happy Mother's Day.
Thank you so much, Lara.
And then maybe tomorrow we'll get a pleasant surprise out of what happens tomorrow.
Yes. Hoping for a veto.
I'm hoping for the best. Maybe we'll get a surprise for Monday.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm actually doing pretty good, you guys. I have not. Well, I would be lying. I was going to say I haven't talked about Tiffany but I did like an 8-hour live today, and I did speak about Tiffany a couple of times.
Oh my gosh. I would have to look at it.
I even, I have my magic phone. I even talked to Tiffany last night. I was talking to her. I mentioned something about $1.
Oh my God! Oh, you left her $1.
The $1, the classic $1 and the brick.
So
here's your brick.
Laura, when you come back tomorrow, you have to tell us. Everybody has to tell us what your favorite. I don't know. Everyone is your favorite 3 things that were said
at the last meeting.
Yes.
At the last meeting.
Yep.
Let me think. Let me think carefully about what.
Yeah, Burgundy is gonna talk about it tomorrow. So you have at least until tomorrow to report back to active duty to let us know what your favorite 3 things were.
From the last meeting.
From the last meeting.
That I will say this about that last meeting. That last meeting made the New Jack City meeting seem like child's play. I'll say that much.
Oh.
that last meeting was crazy. I was like, oh, this is crazy.
Okay.
And I'm not
tomorrow you have to tell us your thought of the why with respect to that.
Yeah.
I'll think about it carefully, but there was many moments, and not just from not just from what was said by the residents either, by the way.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna do a deep dive tomorrow.
There is it's crazy. That's the only word I can really think of.
That's okay. You'll think of some more by tomorrow.
All right, I'll do that.
You'll have some more to share with us.
I'll deep thought it. Do you want me to psychoanalyze it? Because I don't really want to do that with I love psychoanalyzing Tiffany.
Yeah.
But the residents are operating out of frustration and want for better.
Correct.
So there's 2 different things going on there.
Mm-hmm. There's
two different things going on. Okay, and psychologically, they're very different. They're nowhere even nowhere even close to similar.
Mm-hmm. That's
so,
true.
Anyways, I'm gonna bounce. I'm off work. I'm going live tonight. I'm doing a panel tonight for my birthday. So if you guys want to come in and acknowledge me as President Lar and wish me happy birthday, maybe even sing to me. Maybe no, we ain't singing to you, fool. You
what time, Lar?
It starts at 10.
Okay, 10.
Ain't nobody gonna sing to you, fool.
Wait, 10 is that 10 o'clock Eastern time or Central time?
That's 10 p.m. on the West Coast. I'm in San Diego.
Oh, you're in San. Okay. Oh,
yes.
San Diego. Okay.
12.
I'm gonna get my Tiffany throne. I'm gonna set it up. I'm just gonna have my peoples acknowledge me.
Okay. Beautiful San Diego.
I turned 59 this year.
Happy birthday.
Right. And I turned 59, and as my man Prince once said, act your age, not your shoe size.
Yes.
Those were very prophetic words, by the way.
All right. Yes, they were.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna let you guys continue with what you got going. I don't want to
celebrate all day, Lar.
All right. I don't want to kidnap and take over what you got going on. All right. Everybody take care. Happy Mother's Day, everybody.
Thank you, Lar. Bye. It's his birthday. He's gonna party like it's his birthday.
Go, Lar. Okay. Let's go on back to see if we got it now, guys. Let's see if we got it down. Because I think that Tyrant Terminator,
oh, that was something. Hey, Kiki.
Hey, Kiki. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. All right, let's see if this works. I think it's StreamYard because even as I'm clicking, it's slow. So let's see.
Oh.
We just got to get to the good part. If we can get to the good part, we can take there.
So out of curiosity, you all in the chat. Oh, is it doing it?
You have to?
Yes.
I'd just rather not sign in. I just want to.
Can't be in. What do you need?
No, it didn't work, guys.
Oh.
Oh man. I'm sorry, guys. I think it's my StreamYard for sure.
Why do you all think that suddenly this story is becoming interesting to like some big bloggers?
Ooh.
Suddenly.
Well, I'll say, okay, so the bigger bloggers that, 'cause I know one of my favorite bloggers just actually, she did her first.
That's who I'm talking about. I love her too. And you figure, I'm surprised she didn't do it before now. And she's done 2 videos now.
Oh, I only saw the one. Okay,
Are we talking about do? Yeah.
She's usually, and when I say she gets down with the
correct
the deep dive.
Deep dive. I mean, as in come to court.
So that's what I'm wondering if she's gonna do.
Yeah, because you're talking a person that has 500K plus followers.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll say her name. I don't mind saying it because I'm a fan of hers. But I'll speak of Chronicle Speaks.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the first time she's covered that.
Correct.
Because I liked when she did the sweetie pies.
Oh yeah, she definitely did that.
And she brought notoriety to that case a little more. Because
Ashley also.
Who was it?
Ashley.
Now
who the blogger that didn't she do the one for the blogger that was trying to get a hit on
she did talk about Madison or something like Madison Gill or something like that. Yeah, she did cover that. She covers a lot of stories. I like
big.
Yeah, even Ernesto and Shirley Strawberry.
Correct. But I'm surprised. But like this is like almost like for all of us that have been following this for a while, this is almost like the end of the train ride.
Yeah, it is. It is. But definitely this part. It is the end.
Because you figure it's so many moving parts that I want to ask, I'm gonna send her a message because I just want to know what made her, this suddenly, because people have been sending it to her saying, hey, cover this.
Yeah, I was wondering, I said maybe she was busy with Ernesto and Wendy, you know what I mean?
Well, she didn't do a whole lot with Ernesto.
Okay.
She kind of left that story. You moved on and then came back and said, I corrected XYZ and this is what I said and that's that. And she didn't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, it's Mara said, I told her to be careful showing Tiffany's signature so she doesn't get strikes on her channel for it. You know what's so weird? If we get any kind of pamphlet in the mail or like they say propaganda, her signature is all on that. Her signature is everywhere. So that is interesting that they do it, but I think that is in some of the terms, so I understand that. And she said, so many new YouTube channel popping up covering this now.
Correct. I'm noticing that, and even the guy that it was 3 of us that were on there, and he kept trying to do it the lazy way. I even made sure I have no alerts of him because it's one thing to put in the work and to report on the story. And it's another thing to want people to tell you the details to report on the story.
I agree. I like when people, like I think it's room out here for everyone to cover it.
Right.
But sometimes I'll peep in. It was a YouTube channel. They didn't have a lot of subscribers, but they basically took my whole video without any content, didn't even like stop or fair use or anything. They just took my video, posted on their channel, and they're getting views.
Yeah, see, that's when they need a strike. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You knew you need a strike because you need to learn how YouTube works. And you didn't even reach out to me to ask for permission. That's disrespectful. And so now you're disrespecting me.
Yeah, it's like they did, and I noticed on their page they had a video of Shade too. They had his whole video, just posted it, and didn't even use context or say anything.
Yeah, that's you can't do that. That's against that's against the rules.
No commentary, but I think a lot of those things are having to do with possibly maybe is like an income because everybody is clicking on it.
Yeah, this income is because this person, the guy who is recently covering it, for instance, he has quite a few viewers. I mean, he has a few thousand, like a high number. You know what I mean? So it's not like he just, because I hit him for my alerts, I can't remember how many he has.
Wow.
But I mean, it was like over 10,000 plus that he has. He has a high number.
You're gonna have to text me who that is because I don't know if I fell into their channel anytime, but that's quite interesting. That people, it's another girl, she just pops up and she gets everything wrong. And I'm like, no, you have to at least do a little research.
Right. And see, for people like that, you don't want to even go in there and correct them because they're just being lazy.
Yeah, it's a lot of engagement. But I do like when the bigger channels do talk about Dolton. Like, this is how I feel about it, honestly. I'm like, it's great because it's getting eyes.
Exactly. That's what I think is that with 500,000, because you could see she had like so many views on that video.
Yeah, I like that, and she sort of did like a quick synopsis of what was going on.
She broke it down from the beginning, and even like Tommy, you know, he had so many views in just hours.
Yeah, in just hours, and that's what we need. Like, I need them to maybe interview Funnel Cake Man's family,
right,
Alexis Wilson's family, things like Christopher Ward's family, because they get more eyes and they could get the facts together.
Could get those facts together that could get those the cams, and all of that in place to get that information out there that like Kara has been trying to get.
Yeah, like I don't mind anybody. I actually don't mind anybody covering it. It's just sometimes when I wish actually someone would cover things like maybe Chronicle could be the first to, because I love her channel. Maybe she could be the first to get an interview from Tiffany because she's sort of non-biased right now. She's only reporting what she saw.
I don't want anyone to interview her. The reason is because everything she says is a lie. So what, like, you know how like my old executive used to say, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So like when she's interviewed, what other result do we expect from her? We've watched meetings where we've seen her lie. We've watched the interviews where we've seen her lie. So what different do we think that she's going to suddenly, after 3 years, say, you know what, I think I'm going to become an honest person today?
No, I don't think so. I think just someone that could put her in the corner and she's forced to, like that Roland Martin. I don't know why I thought he was going to be able to do that. And he didn't. Or maybe the first.
Well, no one can, though, because she doesn't have to answer the questions like she does with the news. Next.
Yeah.
Next. I already answered the question. Next. I didn't say that, or I already answered. You know what I mean? That's kind of, it's going to be that deflection, that smoke screen that Brittany, trustee Brittany described. It's going to be, because she's not going to be accountable because she lacks that accountability that would, you know what I mean? And the interview, usually people are wanting you to show up as your authentic self.
You're right, because while I'm talking about it, I think I was flabbergasted, and I know we'll talk about it tomorrow, that they were able to pull receipts from 2018, but we still ain't got the receipts. They're showing they have a whole jumbotron of who signed what in 2018 and stuff like
Right.
that, but we don't know what's happening today, present day. And I think like the
Right.
first interview is gonna come probably after you ever seen Game of Thrones? After she's dethroned, that's when I think the first interviews are gonna come out from where she'll be able to talk about it more, because in the back of my head, it's not just Tiffany involved. She's not gonna go
No.
down by herself. She's not
No.
gonna go down by herself. So we're
No.
gonna find out a whole lot of things.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it's you're right. It's gonna be just like, what do you call it, tug of war, where that whole other side is gonna be pulling through. And I just want to know, where are all of these people? Like, where are the people that are like we're not seeing anymore? Where are they?
that is very interesting, because how is the finance director not
Correct.
present? How is
Correct.
the one that signs checks not present? The water department person not present. The code enforcement not present.
Right.
The chief of police not present.
Right.
Chief of fire chief
Fire. Yeah, the fire chief. Yeah.
not
Yeah. How are
present.
they not? Yeah. And okay, so granted, okay, the fire chief maybe had something else going on, a training or something, but with the finance director and all those other key people,
Mhm.
that's just odd. And just even the exchange with Keith, we'll talk about it tomorrow, was just odd. I'll say
Just
that.
cringe, right? Thank you, Kiki, for becoming a member of the channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Kiki.
Kiki.
Dave said, are the bills paid yet in Dolton, Burgundy? We don't know. We know nothing. We don't even know if our garbage is going to be picked up next week. We don't even know.
Yeah, that's the sad thing. Yeah, that's the sad. And it's so many areas, you know what I mean, that is so much for people to use a different angle, with this, because it's just so many moving components. Like, someone just showed like the documents of um Kamal's house,
Oh,
that
yeah.
beautiful 3 garage home,
Beautiful.
280K home. And yeah, and a $500,000 grant that, like, I want to know where that grant went. Like, they allude that it went to him and his organization. And if you look up his organization, because I know the area, it's 87th off of Stony Island. And if you zoom into the building, you will see the same Victor person has some type of beauty shop there.
Oh, wow. Let me tell you, it's a lot of
It's
it's
so
it's
much.
moving parts. And you know what? I always think about like the opportunities that people got. Like
Right.
people who were the department heads getting these opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
People talk about Stacey Carell had a record or something like that. That really doesn't bother me as long as he was
Right.
doing a job and
Right.
done. But what my whole thing is, they felt the need to protect their jobs because they
Right.
felt like they would be protected.
Yeah.
And we're like what Miss Thelma say to William Moore, they used you, baby. They
Right.
used you.
Right. And one thing is, even though no one is going to protect your job for you, no matter where we're at, no one is going to protect our jobs. And so when you choose to turn a blind eye, like even Delgado, I'm gonna tell you all, I went on their page and I wrote a lovely review. You all would be very proud of my nice long Google review. And I wrote the truth. I didn't write anything that was not true. I wrote what I observed with my own eye, as far as me thinking of him as an attorney and him having a client that he knowingly sees disobeying open meeting acts, allowing police to be used, intimidation, and you're watching this as an attorney. And what my thought was, I wrote a nice review on what my thought of was them as a law firm. Because that's something because see, the thing is that when people say he can't tell her what to do, so this is me. Oh, I would get her straight real quick, because I would say to her, did you correct those issues? You violated the Open Meetings Act, and I'm an attorney, and there are certain things that I cannot allow to, what I'm saying, as far as people's rights being violated, that is an amendment. And because if those issues are not resolved, I will not be there. So you can call our office and let us know when the next meeting is once those issues are resolved.
Yeah. Someone pointed this out to me, and we were talking on one of my good friends, and we're saying, we know Delgado stepped down and he stepped away from those cases, right?
Right.
And he's like, the village is becoming uninsurable. Look, you're right. You got them right together. Like the attorneys have oaths, right?
Right, they do.
So you are supposed to be here, but from the beginning, they've been saying he was the prosecuting attorney, right? He wasn't the village attorney.
Right.
So now that he dropped from the village of Dolton, and he dropped from those 17 cases, and then they tried to settle out of some of the cases in closed session, and she basically said her farewell and said, he's a super lawyer,
right,
a super mayor.
And that's why she's going to super jail, right? Yeah, that whole exchange, like it's Superman.
Okay. Do you think possibly that he will still represent Tiffany?
No. You know what? The way he looks, because I want someone to be at a meeting and to just zoom into not the speakers. I want each person on assignment. I want one person to have that camera zoomed on the speakers, and I want another person. Someone else did it, and someone's video does have that view, and it showed Sit down Brown's face when they zoomed in to Sit Down Brown. When he was being told off, they zoomed into Keith's face. See, that's where the camera needs to zoom in, because like when people say she looks unbothered or she is unbothered, they zoomed in and that look was not bothered. And then I want to know, were you inside the meeting? You weren't there.
No, I couldn't get in. Yeah.
Okay, when someone says she's choking, she must have been choking on, because this other video I saw, I heard stuff I didn't hear before. Like, I didn't know that all these people had their backs turned as her video was played until the news mentioned that.
Oh yeah, they started walking out, turning their backs.
Well, I saw them walk out, but I didn't know, like, he said, I saw the ones that walked out, but I didn't know that other people just turned their backs.
Yeah, for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, you playing a video about your mayor.
Yeah, I fast forward. I honestly have to tell you, I didn't watch that part. I just fast forwarded through that.
Wow.
I had like elevator music playing.
Yeah, because this is quite, I'm kind of perplexed. I think that she might have that Delgado might be retained to defend her by his side.
I don't think so.
No, you guys don't think so? Because I want to see. I want to see, because, well, okay.
He's going to try to stay out of that because he knows that he has a flashlight over him now.
Absolutely. And he got to worry about the bears. He don't got to be worried about us. Now, May 13th, do you think that is tomorrow? Do you think that the receipts will be turned in?
Oh, no. I was thinking tomorrow was the veto meeting.
Tomorrow night. Okay, so you guys, busy day succeeding. May 13th, That's when the custodian of records has
Yep.
to come
Yep.
in to
Uh-huh.
at 9:30 a.m. at the Dirksen Federal Building. Okay.
Yep. I'm looking forward to that.
Now that's number one. So they were supposed to bring in the records, which we know isn't the custodian of records. We're thinking is the clerk, right? But she hasn't had access to anything.
Right.
So but remember, she handed everything over, not the clerk. Tiffany put Keith Freeman in charge of FOIAs and all of that stuff, even though it's the clerk's responsibility. Clerk Key can't even put something on the agenda if she wants to. She can't. That's why we have these special meetings, because they can't even put anything on the agenda that they have questions about. And we'll go over the special meeting agenda too. But that's tomorrow, so they have to unveto the veto, right? And so that's tomorrow as well. But yeah, the court is the morning where those records are supposed to be turned in. So are they expecting Keith Freeman to turn in the records? I'm just thinking, like, because Clerk Key has been basically locked out of everything for the last 3 years that she's supposed to do as a clerk. She has not had the ability to do anything.
But can we really see Keith soon to not possibly be Freeman at this point not allowing her to have access? At this point, he knows that he is in, because to me, what I saw, and I don't know what, I can't wait to hear tomorrow what the rest of you all saw, was I saw a broken man up there.
Oh, yeah.
I saw someone that is embarrassed, that has publicly humiliated his family, that is embarrassed.
What do you think that Keith? Do you think that the mayor think that Keith will follow suit?
I think she does, because the way that her reaction was to him, if you notice, it was a little distant. I felt a little chill, lake effects. You know how, like in Chicago, like when you're downtown, the weather is, you know, how it could be colder. I felt some lake effects coming from her, and from him, it was a whole different aura.
It was.
Now, I don't think those lake effects would take place if her in my opinion only, well, anyone that doesn't pay $30,000 in child support that makes $100K plus owns their own business is a deadbeat. So my opinion, deadbeat dad that's not paying, that's embarrassing his family publicly, has probably put something in her ear. But I don't think that would have been in her ear if it was not put in her ear. And so now I think that she doesn't trust him.
Oh, I see what you're saying there. Yeah. Now, because those two really don't like each other anyway.
Correct.
So
you had New Jack City in the background. You know how in the movie he said, "Don't trust that dude."
Wow. And they said that Keith was totally nervous, like even being up there probably.
Yeah, he seemed very uncomfortable. He looked very constipated to me. He just didn't look like he was comfortable being there at all. And he had a look for once that was of remorse. It wasn't that arrogant look. What was the resident's name? She's so funny. She spoke like, she said everything I would say if I was a resident and went up there, when she said the look that he had was like a deer in headlights. And it was very arrogant. When he was eating the breakfast, I could remember it like yesterday. He had on a polo, shirt, and he's standing there with Dunkin' Donuts eating it disrespectfully.
Oh yeah, we got threats, so y'all locked out. But they felt like they could do everything, anything they wanted to do,
right,
because they were in charge.
But I kind of think it was his ideas that were, let's do this, let's do that. And some stuff he was just kind of doing. And now he has this other issue that's trailing his behind, so to speak. And I think now he's not, wanting to do some of the criminal activity that he was willing to do before, because, he's like, wow, I have some other stuff, I could lose, you know what I mean? I have other things at risk now.
Yeah. And you know what? We could say what we want to, but one of the things that just everybody wants is their freedom. So when
Right.
your freedom is on the line, that's a whole different ball game. Yeah, okay. When Dalton police can't stop the feds.
Right.
You can't call Lacey to say arrest them for arresting me. It's not going to be none of that.
Right.
Your freedom is at risk, and you have children that depend on you.
Right.
And I'm sure I'm agreeing with you, Succeed. And I also want to add on, I think that he probably was like, if something happened, I got your back, don't worry about it. And now it's at the point where somebody else is in her ear like, no, don't trust you.
Right.
Him at all.
And he may not have said it to that effect, and because he knows he has a family at the end of the day. And usually a person, and that's what Mrs. Stubbs was getting to, is usually a person that has a family, they operate like they have a family. And operating, and how you all have been on, we've talked about this here, where we've talked about who feels sorry for her, who and what they would want for her. And I'm like, and I always say the same thing, I feel no sorry. I'm playing the world's smallest salt grain of a violin right now, because I feel that you didn't think about that when you destroyed people's lives. And then, I mean, if we make a list, we probably could come up with over 100, not including their family members. So if we wrote a list of each person, and a list of each person's family members, and a list of how each person was impacted, our list is going to be even longer than just those lawsuits that we hear about, or that we think about. Because when you think about, let's say I do Kiki wrong, or I do Jay Jones wrong, and I fire them, then Jay Jones or Kiki can't feed their family. So let's say they have 4 kids. Their 4 kids know what's going on. So you see what I mean? And the effect that it has on them. And then say I'm taking care of mom and dad and okay, then that's more people that I'm not able to take care of as a result. And then let's go to that person's mental well-being, because I think of Samisha. She used to be at every meeting, and I haven't seen her speak for a while. So that's in my mind. I'm thinking in my mind, I'm praying that she's okay, because we haven't seen her. And before, she was speaking at every meeting.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's one thing to think about. I saw someone post something about Samisha in Dalton politics. I think she came out to one of the Hell Weeks.
Yeah, and that lets you know when you don't see a person that's come in, and she was someone that had a lot going on that caused her to be in that situation. You see what I mean? So when you're thinking about someone, there is that level of sensitivity that was not, or the HR director, where someone has been impacted, their health has been impacted. So it goes a lot deeper than that. And so, yeah, to me, Keith is thinking about his family right now. He has embarrassed his wife. His wife has in-law. You know what I mean? She has a family. All these people now know, I know what you did last summer. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So it gets big. And what I saw up there was, I did feel sorry for him. And y'all know I don't feel sorry like that. Y'all know that. I felt sorry for him, because I felt sorry for him for what he did last summer, and last fall, and last spring, and 2 weeks ago, and a month ago. I felt sorry for what he did, because I knew that he knew what we all know, that he is going to be held accountable for it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that I appreciate him coming up and facing the music, if you will, like. But if you guys are,
So you didn't think he needed to unask the seat that day?
When I tell you Miss Mary Avant with that unasked, that was and my dad used to say, he'd be like, you need to unask something.
I
And
never heard that before, you all, until that day. I just was like, what?
I can't believe it. She sure said you need to unask that. Okay. And that is very, all of them. Like, I
think he was told to be there. I don't think he wanted to be there because what his demeanor showed. Because I got a close-up snapshot, y'all. I sent you the close-up snapshot. I took it when I was bored. Yeah. I sent you the close-up snapshot. And you can see what he was, and it was not a look of, but yet what's scary about that is you see him with that look. And then some spiritual things may be playing in his mind as well. Do you know what I mean? But yet you see Sit Down Brown, that even when that pastor sat up there and spoke, if I was a guy, I would know he's talking to me. When he says no salary, I know he's talking to me, Sit Down Brown.
Yeah.
When he says I have children and I would not want, I know he's talking to me, Sit Down Brown.
Mm-hmm. This is so jacked up. The whole thing, it's like, we can't make this up. Like, this could not have been written any kind of way that this stuff is happening the way it is. And you guys won't even come in and do, I have to say it, and y'all, I'm not even trying, I hope I don't offend anybody, but this is my community too. It's like they almost think that we're stupid. The residents are stupid. Like, they could just smoke.
I think they thought that, though. I think they thought that initially, and they thought that they could use the police. But I think they know now you all are far from that.
Yeah, Lacey was very much silent. Clap, do whatever you want to today.
Yeah, Lacey was quiet, order. I mean, he was he sounded crazy. He was very defeated.
He was, because Mr. and Mrs. Roberts, when I called him outside, someone came and got me.
Oh, yeah.
To talk to me to share their story.
That was horrible.
It was horrible. But one thing Mrs. Roberts said was that Lacey pulled her to the side and said, you can make a report with us. And she's like, why would I do that?
Right.
But that's new, because Lacey wouldn't do nothing like that. But he didn't want any more heat on the department than it was.
Well, I think of it a different way.
What do you think?
I think of him saying that as your report not going anywhere. Yeah, you come on and make that report over here, because it's going to sit right on my desk.
Yeah. It's going to sit right on my desk. And I think the report, because that would have been against an employee who we know allegedly is cool with the mayor. You know what I mean? So
correct.
It went nowhere, because who's in charge of the chief of police? The mayor.
Correct.
So it sits on your desk.
Yep. Yeah, come on and report it over here. Because, see, I don't want you to report it anywhere else, because if you report it somewhere else, it may get some noise. So you come on over here.
Absolutely. And that's the thing that, again, we're going back to the auditing, where we're learning, because that's what I was telling Mrs. Roberts. I said, well, I just learned recently, and I think I learned that on Long Island Audit. And also my friend, she's really into audits. I just learned recently that you can go to the state police, or you can go to the Cook County Sheriff.
Yeah, well, remember, we talked about that here. Because remember, I said I called the state police prior to that other meeting. And they're the ones that oversee that action. I keep their phone number. I told you all, I keep their phone number in my phone. I have Illinois State Police, Indiana State Police in my phone.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure they tired of hearing about Dolton. They like, but they're going to do something about it. hopefully, I know they get a lot of calls.
Oh yeah, they do.
Violated over
They're
here.
nice about it though, because even when you call them and ask and let them know the reason, they're like, oh yeah, they say it like kind of matter of fact, like it's nothing surprising. It doesn't seem like they're not asking additional questions. So I think they kind of know.
They know. They already know. Dolton, like I'm with Clerk Key. She said nobody knew about Dolton until this administration.
Right.
This is
And it wasn't for a good reason. Like she said, it's one thing if it's for a good reason, but it's not a good reason that they know.
It's not. And the thing about it, this is what makes me so angry. Tiffany could have made it totally. It could have been just a whole. Don't get me wrong. I know it's obstacles and challenges. We're learning, but she could have used everything for good. Like right now, the rink, the fact that we're passing by the rink and it's gated up to the stars, it's gated up private property. It's a lot of things we don't know. It's a lot of things that's going to be revealed during.
Right. Yep. It's a lot of things, I think. And that's why I say I think it's so much for people to report on, because like for instance, like one thing like I would like to see the people of Dolton do is to have one person that's over each area that I want someone to be over the aging, whoever governs like the aging. So every time they have at a meeting, they violate that, they need to be contacted, because see, there are certain processes that you have to have for elderly in place. I want them to have ADA. So when you have someone like Vivian, you all are blocking the way. You see what I mean? They're having to do extra things to get in. That is against the law. So every time there is a meeting, they need to be notified. I want there to be one person that is over just the open meeting acts itself. And every time, every violation, they all need to be reported. Because see, if all of those things are done, all of those things are documented.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I don't understand why nobody's coming out to see that. That'd be like if it was bad food somewhere.
Well, someone would have to report it though. They're not just kind of looking for stuff.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
It's been reported because it was forms we were given to fill out right there because of the violations of the Open Meetings Act, thanks to a concerned citizen.
Yes, but that's the Open Meetings Act, right?
Right, but we need
that's different.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, because we need somebody from Department of Aging too there.
Correct. So you need someone that deals with just, you know how their laws, ADA laws. So that they're their own group of people. But yeah, we could see that Open Meetings Act, some of those things have been worked on, because we could see the tone of this meeting was different. People can clap, people can talk. Police were not standing behind people. You see what I mean? So some of those things were addressed, but then another form needs to be completed because they think, okay, we made the people happy, so they don't expect the people to come back and say, you're still violating this because people could not get in and this happened and that happened. You see what I mean? So they worked on some of the issues and they're expecting to pacify you all.
That's all it is. It's like they want to cover up and pacify us little by little. Now, shout out to the officer that was at the door. I forgot his name. I call him Officer Terry.
Yep, Terry.
Okay. He was letting people in, and I overheard because I was like, because he was supposed to let me in, and I'm like, you're violating my rights on camera. I'm auditing him at this. But one thing I want to point out that he did that was kind. Someone said, and this is the rumor, guys. This was the rumor on the street, but it was a short guy that was there, and they said it was Lacey's son-in-law. But I didn't verify that. But I heard someone say to the officers at the door, "Don't let them in." And it was a couple of people that had to go to the bathroom, he took it upon himself to let them in to go to the bathroom and direct them to the bathroom. So shout out to Officer Terry for that, because I watched them say, "Don't let them in," and people
Right.
bathroom, and he was like, "Well, I have to. What they gonna do? They have to go to the bathroom. Then
Right.
have to." So he did take an initiative to let them
Right.
go. So
Yeah.
you for that. I
Yeah.
did witness that. I forgot to
And see,
mention.
before they would not, I mean, yeah, but I think he seems to have more compassion though. From, just some things I heard. I think he seems to have more compassion. I hope he doesn't get in trouble for his compassion. But I think he seems to just have more compassion than the others.
I do, and I think he's a sergeant, right? When they have those 3 stripes, he's a sergeant.
Yeah.
Actually.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and
Yep.
I watched him. He snuck. They were like, "Nobody else come in here." And he was, when someone said they had to go, he was like, "I'm gonna let you
Right.
in a minute. I'm gonna let you in," and that was very nice to do.
Right. It is a nice, humane gesture. But yeah, but each person needs to be reporting. And the reason I say that is because it's a lot for one person to do. And that's why I say someone needs to report the ADA to the ADA. So until they get someone from the ADA, because could you imagine the news, the ADA reporting that violation? Do you see what I mean? That just adds another bigger governmental eye.
Yep.
And then okay, so you're making people that have, that you're parking in their spaces. You see what I mean? You're doing this and that. And then you have the aging, where you have these elderly people standing out there. You're 40 minutes late, and you arrive looking like something the cat dragged in, and then you come out for the meeting looking like a mariachi dancer.
Yeah, it's how disrespectful is that we're waiting on you to get camera ready.
Right. And while you come out with your mariachi outfit, like I went to see a group, and they were called the Mariachi Divas. And someone, and my job, when I worked downtown, was really into culture. And so they invested, this was one of their events that they funded. And the Mariachi Divas travel all over the world. And when I saw that shirt and those sleeves, it looked like one of those mariachi outfits, and the colors looked like the mariachi, or it looked like the pop can when, Pepsi or, Coke put out the new colors for the summer.
Yeah.
But it was not something you wear to a professional meeting. But you're trying to give a different look. You're trying to show happy, but that's not what you're showing. You probably needed to have on a pink suit or a light, color. You know how they tell you certain colors in business when you know that you're going to be, like, if I know someone's going to chew me out, I'm supposed to have on a light color suit, because that tends to calm the mood of the person down. Absolutely. But because of the color she had on, she caused a different reaction to everyone. But anytime we are going to be chewed up, we are supposed to wear certain colors. And what she had on gave fire. Shout.
Oh yeah.
Pow pow.
Yeah, and that's the thing about like I wasn't being funny. When we were outside, I said, "Oh my goodness, she's gonna put Akira out of business," because every time she comes into the meeting, it's an Akira blazer, it's this, is that, and I'm like, I understand. First of all, if you want to be camera, it's not on us. You need to get there an hour earlier to get your hair and makeup and accessories all done. It's not up to us to be sitting up here waiting on you to be camera ready.
Right.
And you're absolutely right about that, Succeed. And you're supposed to wear cool, inviting colors and things. While you're up there with the, like you said, I guess it was Cinco de Mayo, when you're up there, I think she looked cute. I just don't think it was appropriate for.
Yeah, it would have been perfect for Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah,
it was not a business. It was not business attire.
But that goes to the thing where she always says, "I'm the youngest. I'm the this that's like what she wants to have that young.
Right, but you're not. Brittany is the youngest, and Brittany looked more professional and put together than her.
Yeah.
Brittany is the younger. You were not a young player no more, ma'am. You are ma'am now. Ma'am.
You are
We will
ma'am.
refer to you as ma'am from now on. Like David's channel said, circus carnival. It gave me, y'all, when I saw the sleep, I'm so sorry. It gave me a pop can at first. And then I thought about an old Hubba Bubba, you know, like how the gum wrappers used to look like that. It gave me like all of that. And I agree. Carnival, circus, it did not give, it gives me celebration with your friends for Cinco de Mayo. It did not give me anything that said, I am here for business.
Yeah, I think actually I think Brandon, I think that's a stylist. Her stylist, I think he does a good job. I think it's just not appropriate for what we're going through right now. It looked like she was getting ready for, like you said, hanging out with your friends, going to the club, if you will.
I think, you know, and this, what, there used to be a store, it used to be called Hit or Miss.
I remember.
I used to love, Brandon gives hit or miss. For me, that outfit is miss. There are certain colors that are good for our complexions. I am sorry. And I am just going to say it. And there are certain colors that are not good for all complexions. And Brandon has to know that. That color, the color before, are not good for her complexion. Period. For me, the end as far as that. So they give me hit or miss. And he doesn't give me anything that I can't go to the store, go to Macy's and look at and see and get myself. I would not need anyone to put that together. What I see her in does not look like anything that is like out of the magazine. It does not give me, like, nothing he puts together gives me high budget. It just does not. Like, it just doesn't. It doesn't give me like, I'm trying to think of someone like Condoleezza Rice.
Well, I don't think she wants the Condoleezza Rice look. I think she wants like the what am I trying to say? I think she wants to be,
she wants to be fun.
Yeah, that's what I think. She's like, I'm young.
But that's not what her role, because if you're meeting with other mayors and you're going other places and you want to be taken seriously, what you may want to give on Friday and Saturday if you're not working. Because if you notice, even when they had the rally, even Brittany showed up professionally dressed. They show up in their professional attire because that's how you want to be taken.
Well, I blame Akira for all of this.
You wrong, Burgundy.
I blame Akira for all of this, and we're gonna just go over to Akira. Y'all probably don't understand what I'm talking about. Y'all got an Akira
right. But do you know how serious? And I know she's not trying to look like her. I'm trying to say, even the look that Michelle Obama, she had fun outfits. You know what I mean? It wasn't conservative, everything she wore. It was not conservative pantsuits. It was fun, but it was all appropriate. And people were buying those things all over the world because that is what it gave.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was in, look, it was so funny. I was in Akira the other day. And you guys, if y'all probably like, what are you talking about, Burgundy? This is Akira. I was in Akira the other day and I had to get something for someone. And I basically took a picture of the whole outfit. So I have to put the whole outfit, the yellow pants. It was really different. But this is Akira, guys. So a lot of the looks we get, it's like it's in the Midwest. It's like the place you want to go for the edgy clothes. I got a lot of my fun blazers. I love getting a good fun blazer, but I'm with succeeding where it's not appropriate for what's going on. But I think the thing is, Now that would be cute. That little white succeeding this little
I like
white
that.
flower. She could wear that.
Mhm.
That would be nice for Mother's Day.
Yep.
Oh, I like that too. That little, they have cute pieces, but I think the thing is that she's it's not coming through as professional. So you wouldn't want Lori Lightfoot to come up and then the super mayor come up and she got on like a fiesta outfit and they're supposed to be meeting. I don't know how we got on outfits, but
That's cute.
it is. I like that. It is a thing. It's a thing here where do anyone shop at Akira? Let me know. The crop blazer. It was just like really, really. It comes with a matching tennis skirt, y'all. It do come with a matching little tennis skirt. I'll have to post that in the community post. But yeah, I spend a lot of time in Akira myself. But every time I see her, I be like, y'all gonna put Akira out of business because that's exactly what Now this is cute. That little
That is
lace.
cute. That's cute.
They got some cute pieces, but she wants to be the fun mayor. But I don't think it was the appropriate time to come out to the meeting at. Look at that, Sissy, in that pink. That
That's
was
cute.
her little number. She wore this right here. She wore this pink and orange blazer, and she wore that.
And I like that blazer. Like, for instance, I think that you can still match, to where it fits your personal style, but even your colors have to be appropriate for the audience.
Well, you know what? Do you remember? Like I always notice, there go those yellow pants, you guys. She had those on.
Which I like the yellow pants.
I like those too. She had the yellow pants on right here with a bodysuit and then the cropped jacket. That's what she had, the cropped colorful blazer. But when he put the orange under or whatever that was, that's why you feel like it was a little bit fiesta. I think he does a great job. But I think he's doing it under what she wants to wear. He might, like we're saying, Delgado and stuff like that. He might be like, well, maybe you shouldn't pop out with a mariachi crop blazer today. And she'd be like, no, I'm wearing it. And that's how I go.
I think he knows her style, and I think he knows what things that she would gravitate towards, because what is he doing that she can't do herself? I guess that's where I'm trying to understand. Is she saying that she's not capable of putting together clothes herself?
Succeeded. Did you see that brown turtleneck was getting worn out? She was wearing that brown turtleneck with everything. She needed Brandon.
That's because she didn't have money before, and so now that you know what I mean. All of us have had a time where we got a new job and we had to go out and we had to build a wardrobe. And that's understandable for all of us.
Maybe she just doesn't know how to put it together, because I'm telling you, she definitely got more polished when he came around, because it was rough for a minute. It was getting rough. I was like, if I see that brown turtleneck one more time this week on TV, I'm going to scream.
But do you know how now they have it where even at Penny's, like, they will show you how to style this, and you hit that button. And it will show you like the shoes, it'll show you the jacket, it will show you different ways to wear it.
Yeah.
And it's free.
It is free.
Macy's has it. All the stores have it.
Yeah. You know what? I have a friend. She'd be like, she walks into the store. She said, give me what the mannequin has on.
I like that. I like that because it works.
Yeah. So it's but Pinterest. But some people hate shopping. So it's a service. So maybe she feels more confident with the service. I think Brandon does a good job. I think that he maybe. I'm gonna be honest. That whole get up that she probably had from Akira, my jury, that was under $200. So that's reasonable.
It is.
It's reasonable. Now, if we start seeing her pull out Burberry blazers and stuff, that's when we're gonna have a problem.
Right.
So let's stay with the rainbow and Akira for.
I like what they said though, Pinterest, because I know I'm not the only person that has gone out there and created like a board of, attire of different outfits for different things. So I agree with what you said, because I think that Banana Republic, Pinterest are great places.
And it's needed. It's I don't know. It's like I don't think we should wait. Only thing I have a problem with when it comes to the clothes is that we're waiting for her debut. This is a done trustee board meeting. Why are we sitting here waiting on her to be camera ready? I don't understand. And and you know what time the meeting starts. So that's something you should already have all the way together. So we wait for hair, makeup, and wardrobe. And that's the problem I have with that whole thing. But yeah, I think she needs I hope, but I'm gonna say this: if she has to go to court, I hope that they don't bring in the crop blazers and colorful. Like, give her the straight Condoleezza, like you said, pearl necklace, gray, navy gray, and what's the other color we are supposed to wear?
Pink, like tan, like beige tans, but like gray. Yep, all those colors. But but anytime we're wanting, it still goes back to how we want to be taken. If we want to be taken serious by people, the reality is that we have to look a certain way depending on our job. And if she wants to be taken serious by those other mayors in those villages, she still has to show up appropriately.
Yeah, and not to compare, but sort of like Jada shows up appropriately. You know what I mean? It just has to be. So this is basically the blazer, but it's cropped. So we'll say something
and what is
like.
It even? Oh, I'm sorry. What's the mayor's name you were telling me about in Calumet City? What is her name? Is it Lansing? Lansing.
Oh, the one in Lansing, Miss Patty. Mayor Patty.
Because see, if you're trying to bring business to your town, you see what I mean? You still have to look like you're ready for business.
Yeah, Mayor Patty, but she's kind of boring. But you do, because she wears what's that little collar that we have? What's that thing called? Peter Pan collar?
Yes, she does.
She wears those little, we call them Dickies, but those little lace Peter Pan collars. That's what she wears. So it's kind of boring, but it's not distracting. I think with the super mayor has, it's a little distracting sometimes. But overall, I think that Brandon is doing a good job. He knows her style. It's going to have to be just what's appropriate at certain things. Like this meeting, it should have been straight business, not fun. Not fun. Yeah, it should have been straight business. Give her the old gray, neutral, cool colors, and that's it.
Right. Because there have been some meetings that I saw where she was dressed for business. Like even the pink outfit, the suit was nice. She had on a red suit once. You know what I mean? So it's been different things, but it's just that it seems as of lately that it's moved from that look. Like that's not what she's trying to give the people.
Right. He did this fabulous one. I think it was him. She was getting out the car and she had these white flowing pants and these.
Right.
No, it was. And I was like, she looks very Michelle Obama. I know she has to be her own person.
Right.
Sometimes that's where we get that. We do get that lead. I'm gonna tell you, he needs a stylist though. I'm gonna be Brandon. Go on over there to Fanny. Fanny needs some help. Fanny will not wear anything.
Definitely.
She won't wear shaper. She won't wear nothing. Fanny said, just put me out here.
I'm just coming.
Man, now that daggone Fanny, Fanny, put on your undergarments, please. We don't need to see panty lines.
Yes. I'm with Pink's Pearl, but it's unethical. I know you said like you want her to like show up on time. We want her to stop using the taxpayers' dollars for her outfits, her hair and makeup.
Absolutely. But I'm okay, guys. I'm with succeeding with that. Okay, I think at first they were okay because I'm into clothes, right? The first thing I saw was at first we had a Cartier bracelet.
Right.
Some nice stuff going on. We had some expensive Gucci purses.
Right.
We had the Louis Vuitton crossbody.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, we at Akira.
Yep.
And I'm saying that for a reason.
Yep.
I saw that Tahoe at JC Penney. I'm saying
I get you now. Okay, I got it. Mm-hmm.
I think that now she's using her money. I think now she is using her money because at the beginning we were getting high fashion, red bottoms. We had the red bottoms, y'all. We had the Cartier. We had now we getting the Kira.
That's probably okay. I got it now. That's why it looks so different. I see.
That's my thought. That's just my assessment. We go back on those board meetings. It's starting to go a whole different way now.
Right. Because even the coat she had on, very elegant when she got out. She loves to show that video with her getting out with that coat on. And very nice. But yeah, it definitely gives something different. And that probably is what is explaining that. So you could get noticed with Nikki at Akira in Hyde Park. And y'all can have y'all a good time over there.
Yeah. Yeah. Going over there 1999. Go over there, Akira in Orland. Y'all, they have the what you call it, Sissy? They have the discount Akira.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
The outlet.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, look at these outfits. We did have some we had some Saks Fifth Avenue moments when she first started.
Ooh, I like that. Saks Fifth Avenue moments. You have to can that.
And now we're getting a straight buy one, get one 50% off bangles.
Right.
Now, I think it's a change. She looks good in orange and yellow. The orange looked appropriate. Yeah, I like her in
I
orange.
like the orange. Yeah. I like the orange.
Super Mayor, she's a pretty lady. Like, she really doesn't need to be done up all the way. But I understand being in the public and people been eating you up, about your, like she said, if I come in looking busted, y'all gonna talk about me. If I come in looking this way, y'all gonna talk about me. So it's a lose-lose. But I think the main thing is nobody minds how she looks as long as the taxpayer's not paying for it.
Correct. That is so true. You have Auditor in Alaska coming, Sam in the house. But that is a good observation that you made, Burgundy. I think that really is something, because that is a good observation. I remember you saying that you had saw them there at Penny's, and I was thinking, probably picking up something for her daughter. But you're right. Yeah, that budget is gone. You're using, and someone did say that they saw, I think, the shirt at Macy's.
Oh, I saw one of the shirts she was wearing on Amazon.
The Amazon card was used quite a bit. Y'all notice?
The Amazon was used quite a bit because you could get a lot of good accessories, a lot of good. I said that's what it was for, but you guys, I'm paying attention, like, because Brandon, he's been bringing some looks for the Super Mayor. She do have some nice looks, but I did notice the budget is changing a little bit.
That's probably what it is, because now with the budget, now she may not need Brandon anymore, but with the way it was before, when he had like the gray pants, it was just a lot of different stuff I saw that you can see. It looked very nice and very well put together. I'll say that way, well put together. Like you could tell someone, helped. Like, you know how they used to have Casual Corner? That's my favorite store.
Oh, yeah.
And you had a person and you were in their book and they would call you when they had a sale. They would help you put your outfits together. You could pre-shop. And then on the day of the purchase, when the sale started, they would wait to then to charge your card, and they would just help you to be put together.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. Tanya says remodeling my house and besides Home Depot, Amazon has been the go-to. Yeah, Amazon.
Yeah.
There was a $5,000 bill for Amazon.
Yep. Yep.
You know what? We might need to do the clothing review, like to show like her looks of the day, because she has some looks, but I want to say this. Those are luxuries. Like a stylist is a luxury. A makeup artist is a luxury. Someone to curl your hair is a luxury. It's not a need, it's a want. And if you want those things, you have to pay for it out your own pocket, not the taxpayer's pocket.
And I honestly don't think, because to me, she looks like she has very nice skin. So I don't think that she needs a lot of makeup as much, because the person who's doing her makeup is using the wrong shade, but she has very nice skin that doesn't look like it needs a lot of, covering of anything.
Yeah, she doesn't need all of that. Like, they're definitely, like, we call it, that she's getting, we call it burned, when they're like contouring her face all around. And
is that what they call it? Okay.
Burn your forehead. That's when they like shade it in a little bit. And I like her hair. I think that they're doing a good job with
They
the wig.
They are doing a good job with her hair.
I don't think the wigs are bad. But yeah, she doesn't need, but I guess the nervousness of the media being there and her knowing her picture going to be all out, she feels like she needs the glam team. But do that earlier, because you need to be on that. You need to be sitting at the front when they have the quorum. They could have started it anyway without her, but we're waiting for her to get dressed, and that's a slap in the face.
I agree. But when you see the pictures later, though, you see that you probably didn't need the makeup, because it doesn't photograph nicely, because you probably don't, you know what I mean? It's just not the right shade.
Oh yeah, I think they're using, it's so funny because we were talking about it. We were wondering, is it the lighting or the makeup? Because they're sort of taking it's almost like performance makeup, like they're putting a lot on her, full coverage, extra full coverage makeup.
Yeah, it's like a theatrical. That's what they use for, like, plays and stuff, and it's a heavier coverage.
Yeah, I hope it's not a thing, and you guys forgive me, but I'm gonna talk about colorism really fast. I hope it's not a thing where they're trying to lighten her up.
They are. And she doesn't need it. She does not need it. She has beautiful skin, and they're like making her look red sometimes. And the reason, is because it's hard for me sometimes to find a foundation. She and I aren't the same complexion, but all of us have different challenges sometimes finding a foundation, just based on yellow undertones or red undertones, you know what I mean? Or just our skin in general. And so I've had some where it made me look ashy. And if you notice on some of them, they have her looking ashy. And so if it's not the right color, it's going to make you look, but on some of them, it looks like they're trying to lighten her. And she has beautiful skin. She does not need to be lightened.
I know. I think you're right about that. The undertones matter, what undertones we have. But yeah, y'all, we went from talking about audits to fashion and makeup. This is what happens over here on Burgundy Blue. And my girl succeeding too.
We found some good things about her. You say that booking photo, she didn't look like she had great skin, Gus. I don't know if do booking photos ever show great skin though?
They're definitely not going to give you any kind of lighting.
I think they make those grainy on purpose. You know what I mean? I don't think they're trying to capture us looking clear and crisp. But just pictures I saw before, it seems like she has great skin where she doesn't need a lot of makeup. Like, some people may need a little bit more, like they may have dark circles under their eyes, and she just doesn't seem like she needs like a whole lot.
Yeah, she doesn't need a whole lot. But then when you have a glam squad, sometimes people, they influence you to add this and that. Well, I remember, I was getting ready for something one time, and this lady told me I needed double lashes. She said, "Oh, you need, because my eyes are big, so
Right?
you need double lashes." And I said, "What?" And she was like, "That's what Portia wears." Portia from Real Housewives, she wears 2 and 3 lashes when she's on TV. And I was like, "What?" You guys, she put them double lashes, and I looked like I was gonna float away. I looked like a snuffleupagus just running through. I had double lashes. And I said, "No,
I
I
love snuffleupagus.
look like a snuffleupagus." I said, "Oh no." But she's like, "That's what you need for TV." Now on TV, it looked good, but in person, I look like a
Correct.
snuffleupagus.
I'm like Burgundy, you all. I'm gonna tell you all. If that person tells me you need this, that's what Portia had. I would be just like that. I'd be like, "Okay, girl, give them to me."
Go ahead. That's what Portia wearing, but I'm walking around here at Food for Less looking a mess, floating away.
done the same thing. I would have left with them too.
So we have to, it's a service, but I think the main thing is the super mayor could look how she want to look. Brandon, I think you're doing a good, I don't know him or anything, but I think he's doing a good job with what he has. Now, I did get to see Brandon leaving out the front door. They let him and the hairstylist, I think it was, leave out the front door.
Right.
They were just, and people moved out their way because it's like, we're not going to attack you. You
right.
Just, like, I hope nobody attacked him or anything like that, because he's just doing a job. He's getting in there, getting paid to do what he was hired to do.
Right.
But, and I also I know people are like, "Well, he was getting paid with taxpayer dollars." Once I send you an invoice, how you pay it and what you pay it with, I just know you click Apple Pay or Pay, and that's it.
That's true.
He knew, or he was running around. I hope he was not running around with no credit card or nothing like that. And I don't think that was the case. I think they gave him a budget. He went in there and did what he had to do. But yeah, like, it was really interesting. We moved out the way. They were like, "They're coming out," and it was a stylist. And I said, "Why she didn't let them go out the back like she let Michael Smith?" Is that his name? Michael A. Smith or whatever. He came in the back, and Keith Price came in through the back. They could have let him through the back, but the crowd respected them from what I saw.
Which is nice, but it's no reason to disrespect them, because they are just doing their jobs. They are doing the jobs that they were paid to do.
That's it. He's getting paid to do a job, and he's in there. And the same for the makeup artist, but we got to talk about these shades.
Right, because the hairstylist, doesn't she work for the township, or is it the village?
I've heard that she works for the township.
Okay, this is a township. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
But I don't know if she has the same hairstylist, because remember when Tiffany was starting out, her color was not as vibrant. The curls were not as the cut wasn't there. The curls weren't on
right
like that. I think she might have got another stylist.
Oh, okay. So she may be using someone different. Okay, so let me ask you all in the chat, and you, Burgundy, as well. What happened to the days of just a good sew-in? Like, why all the different wigs?
I think it's just easier to have it maintained. Like, if you're somebody, I don't know. I tried a closure, and I'm not a wig girl.
Yeah.
I'm a sewing girl. But that your blending got to be on point. Because y'all, I was at that rally with my sew-in, and all my tracks was in the air because it was windy that day.
Right.
And I had more tracks than the Prince double album. It was tracks everywhere. So I don't know about if I would have had a wig, I think that wouldn't have happened. So maybe she just wants. And then, can you blend that color with a sew-in? Does anybody do hair in the chat? Can you really blend it?
Yes.
Like, leave out?
Yeah, I know it's some experts in the chat, because see, I'm more of a sew-in. I'm not a wig wearer, you all, because I'm gonna tell you all, I just can't do it. I can't do anything glued, because when they told me the process is something being glued to my head,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah. And
Like those toxins going into my skin. And doesn't the wig have a net? Like, isn't that how it? So what's the difference between that and a good sewing?
maybe she just like to take her wig off at night and let her braids blow.
Yeah. Oh,
I
so
like
maybe that's it, because it just seems like if you have a good sewing, that lasts a long time, and you have a lot of flexibility because you could change the styles.
Mm-hmm. And we got Trina Downs in the chat, and let me tell you, her hair always gives. Trina,
Trina gives.
I don't know if that's just Trina hair. I don't know if it's a sew-in. I don't know what it is, because her
Trina hair always look nice.
It always, sometimes it's wavy, sometimes it's just nice and like flowy. Then sometimes she has braids. Trina, your hair be given every time you go to the podium.
So tell
yeah.
us, Trina, tell us your beauty secrets, Trina.
Mm-hmm. So, look, Allie's telling us the tea. She says, Allie MC, ooh, that look good. I'm hungry.
She seems to have a straight one and 4 bundles. Okay, now Allie, you got to explain the 4 bundle one.
Yeah. Now maybe, wait a minute. Maybe Tiffany do have a partial sew-in, and maybe all she do is change the closure. Maybe it's not.
Oh, okay.
It's all kind of tricks, but she definitely want that closure, because sometimes you do have to keep straightening your leave out to go with the sew-in.
Right, that's true.
So,
and that is a lot of work to do that.
Yeah, so she's just gonna go with the wig and the color, and hey, I'm not mad at it. But you got to pay for it yourself, baby.
Tanya, I like your hair too. Your hair is very cute,
Tanya
very jazzy.
Tanya has, it's so cute. It's so, that color is on point.
Tanya, that's a sexy color. You say, you describe it that way. That's sexy.
Yeah. Dave's channel, Dave said,
Dave said jeans, shorts, basic shirt, t-shirt. Oh, and Adidas. Yep.
Oh, Tanya said she's no longer blind. What color did you do? Now, see, I want to get into color. I have this gray hair now, which I don't mind, but like my sister has this gray, and it comes in all at once, and this one little patch is so beautiful and sexy. Me, I got like these little wiry grays.
Right.
So I'm like, if I would gray correctly, I wouldn't mind it. But now I'm looking for a color, and I'm thinking of red, or I don't know my skin tone yet. I'm trying maybe just highlights. Do anybody do highlights anymore, or we gotta go all color?
I know you do whatever you want to do, but the good thing is you could try on different wigs in those colors to see which color you like the best before you commit.
Oh, that's when the wigs come in at.
You know what I mean? You could look, and you could just walk around with it, in the shop, and see at the beauty supply shop, and you could see what you feel, what you think about it. See how many people compliment you. I've done that, y'all. See how many people compliment you as you walking around.
That's a good idea, because the wigs. Okay, when we get to the wig, I can't wear a wig because it's too, especially if you got to glue or sew my wig on. I like to feel my scalp at some point, like even through the braids of a sewing, when I get my hair washed. I like to feel that water going on my scalp. So a wig, unless I could take it off every day, then I wouldn't know how to put it back.
Right. That's how I am, because and then I'm gonna tell you all, because I didn't even do well with ponytails, because when I was downtown, you all, I thought someone touched the arm thing rail on the train, and I kept thinking the ponytail was gonna fall off. So I was so stressed out about the ponytail that didn't work. But a good sew-in and that type of thing work well. Interlocks, things like that.
Oh
But
yeah, the interlocks. I want to try that.
I don't know how my friends do it. I've asked them in hot states. I'm like, how do you all do the wigs? Because I'm thinking about when I lived in a hot state, I couldn't imagine, like, it feels good when that little hot breeze is blowing through your hair.
But and I'm like a tomboy. Really, I don't know how to do my own hair, so I would probably be in Tiffany's shoes because I would need somebody to come and do my hair all the because I don't even know how to put my hair in a ponytail
Right. Oh, wait, Trina said, all I know is wigs not allowed in jail.
or sew-ins. They cut it right out, y'all.
They do?
They cut your sew-in right out. Yep. When you can't go in there with a sew-in. They cut it out your head.
See, that's why I'm a good law-abiding citizen, because I know that wouldn't work.
Yeah, and Dave's asking about the wigs. Human hair wigs are really expensive. They could start
They
up at
are.
$500 and
Yeah.
up. Then you got to pay for the installation, the cut, the style. It gets
Correct.
expensive. It
Yeah, it
gets
could be 1,200 plus. Yep.
Yep. Wait a minute. Linus, how we gonna be long-winded? We are long-winded today. We're on 3 hours. But that's what happens when the StreamYard slow us down from talking about auditing. Now we're talking about wigs and crop top blazers. So
Regina told you that Sally Beauty has an app that you could try different colors too.
yeah. Oh, actually, I saw Jay Jones at the they said bring your wigs and
Oh
your
yeah.
and I saw my Jay Jones out there.
Jay
And
Jones.
that wig, Jay Jones, it was cute.
Jay Jones, you didn't lead wig, did you? Y'all would, it wasn't to leave it, right?
No, no. They said you could leave it because you could donate it, but I didn't think you could donate wigs to people that. But Miss Vivian brought a whole box of
You
wigs.
can. You can donate wigs because I've been at an event at our church, Burgundy,
Oh,
where
nice.
actually the person I'm almost sure they live in Dolton, and they would give this event every year. And they don't, and the people, and the good thing about it is people came that had been cancer survivors, and their look was transformed because one of the guys you would have been very proud from that does the makeup and hair for the plays, he gave them a transformational look.
Oh,
And when you see the look on those ladies' faces when they have their hair, looking beautiful, the way that they remember and their makeup done, and they got massages that day as well. It was very nice. And they got manicures.
and you know what? That makes it so cool, like to pamper someone because your hair is so important. Hair is important to anyone, but especially if you're losing your hair from a sickness.
Mm-hmm.
That's like that you already got to face the devastation of dealing with an illness, and now you also have that,
Right. Yeah, so it was really nice to see how. So yeah, so I think wigs being donated to charities, or how she said she was going to donate it for her charity, Tiffany Cares. If that was really the intention, could have been an amazing thing, because women are transformed by that look. I mean, we say women, men are transformed by that look. I mean, they have hair performers for men. You know what I mean? So hair is important not only to us women. We think of it as just to us women. Hair is important to people in general.
it is. And this is what I'm glad you brought out the foundation. Why did he, in y'all opinion? Okay, so it became controversial. Stuff wasn't signed up right. People want to say the attorney general said you have to send in all the documents to say where the funds went, all of that. Why did you not? And she said it's not her foundation, so I guess that's it. But why wouldn't the foundation continue if you meant to do the good? Like correct all those things. $10,000 is a drop in the bucket for the super mayor. Maybe even say, hey, I'm having this event for real. You guys come out, tell me what you need, and we're giving $10,000 of work, like hair, helping you with your medication, just to make it right. She could have fixed that. She just
Right.
foundation altogether.
Right. Yeah, it could have been fixed because you could have even picked an ambassador and had that to be the person. You may have had even people to donate funds to help this person. You know what I mean? So it really could have been like based on, all of us have a circle of influence, and based on whatever is going on, we all can, like, I could probably tell any of you all in this chat, oh, I need help with knowing this, that, or the other. And you all are able to tell me where to go just based on your circle of influence. Or you may send a link to someone else and they send a link to someone else that helps the person. And she had those people, you know what I mean, that she could have sent the link to, send it to some of her political friends, and they could have donated and sponsored this person that may have helped maybe their mortgage for a year, send them somewhere for massages for a year. It could have been something that really turned out really good.
It really could have been. And I'm with Pearl's Pink, but I would have started with Miss Vivian as well. A good person would buy that resident who speaks and has cancer a wig because she misled them. That's a start to make it right.
Right.
Definitely, out of the concern of Miss Vivian coming over and over and talking about the foundation, I would have definitely started with her.
Right.
I would have swallowed whatever differences, whatever pride. I'm here now, whether you accept it or not. I'm letting you know I'm here to help because I see that you are someone in my community that had a brain tumor.
Right.
And had to, I hope I'm telling Miss Vivian's story correctly, she had to get a piece of her forehead removed.
Right.
Start there. Start there. That's somebody we all see and we're watching. We don't know all of Miss Vivian's story, but it's a Dolton resident. You helped campaign. She helped you win your election.
Right.
Start with her. I don't understand this is why I be confused. Like, what's the big deal? Okay, let's start there. Right?
Right.
It's so aggravating to see that. It's embarrassing. I'm getting frustrated because it's embarrassing to see us on TV and it's one person against the town or the town. And it doesn't have to be like that. Fix some of the simple things. Put
Right.
Kiana Belcher picture back up there. Trustee Kiana Belcher. When she comes, her picture should be there. You see it's a problem. Why the stubbornness?
Yeah. Well, that's when you see it's not that it's about the person and not about the situation. Because, I mean, of the worst things that we could do would be scamming an organization and saying this is for cancer and it's not. I mean, that's kind of how low can you go, type of thing. And then you're talking about like Lisa Lee, you read my mind. Let's start with she grew up with her as far as the time that she knew her. Let's start with she lived across the street from her. Let's start with she did her PowerPoint for the election and she helped her. And you know what I mean? But just even how many of us don't have to know the person to just have that basic human need to have compassion to another person? We've all helped people that we don't even know.
That's it. And it's like, like you said, it's the person. I'll beat myself down trying to figure her out. It's the person. It's like I feel like so many things. And let's say this: why am I over here saying it? Because another thing the village is paying for is PR. So they already know that the citizens are paying for PR.
Who is the PR firm?
It's you guys. It actually came about that. Allegedly, I think Jedediah Brown brought it up when she was in Atlanta, that the PR people that's hired has something to do with Keith Freeman.
Okay. The reason I asked that is because don't you all remember when we were talking about the vehicles over here? And when I said this, my opinion and my opinion only, but I thought it was some kind of kickback just based on that 55,000? Don't you remember I kept going back to that I just thought that was very strange that you would intentionally pay over. And do you see how there are some documents that actually tie him to that?
Yeah, you're right. And you definitely said that everything, the Tahoe's on down. It's always a kickback involved, going back to maybe one of those LLCs, right?
Yeah. I just found it strange that no one just says, you know what, let me pay the most I could pay. You know what I mean? Who would pay half of the price of the vehicle? And the company wasn't even registered for business until April of 2024. And just that fact tells you that the company said, "Oh, we better get our sugar honey iced tea in order."
Yeah, definitely. And that goes back to why what's the old girl name? I'd be like, you a danger girl. She's not showing up. The financial director, because she was signing for all of that.
Yes.
Tangenique. So her name was signed on all of that. So it's right. Now, these kickbacks,
Yeah.
it all goes to what trustee Brittany Norwood said. What about the RFPs? We're not
Right.
even, people aren't even able to bid on this stuff. She's basically putting people in the position where they're hired. They're
Right.
hired through her, maybe because they donated, things of that nature. They're automatically hired.
Yeah, but let's start with the attorney. He
Mhm.
made a donation and suddenly he was representing her.
You're right. You know who has a great channel about that? I follow Individual Investor. I think they do great deep dives.
Yes, I
Down
like
to,
individual investor.
yeah, down to the taxes on down. They'll get to the bottom of it. And it's like some of the videos, if you watch the older videos Individual Investor did, you
Hmm.
can see it play out now.
Oh,
And
yeah,
it's going to be more
you
better.
sure can. Yep, it'll make more sense. And some of them have gotten taken down. And I think because at that time, in my opinion, it was Keith that was very aggressive and trying to get some of that truth removed.
Yeah, because it's hard when people are digging into your life because we only see one side. But
Right.
if this is, I think they all keep the mayor, everybody had this idea that, like the librarian said, this is my town.
Hmm.
This is my business. This is my library. But they're not realizing they're working for the people and for the citizens. They just thought once they got to be in charge, what they say go. But we all have to answer to a higher government, and that's the federal government. Okay.
Right.
Everybody has a boss. It doesn't matter, even though it's the mayor, you're the chief of police, you have to answer to the mayor. The mayor doesn't answer, she has to answer to the state's attorney, Cook County government, all of that stuff. And if they don't want to step forward, that's what brought the FBI here. I don't understand why they would rather turn over the records to the FBI than the trustees. It's mind-boggling to me.
You said why they would not want to?
Yeah, why they would rather the feds come to town and force them to turn over receipts and documents instead of being transparent with the citizens and the trustees.
Oh, the reason I think it is because it's so much corruption in those records that either way they're messed up. You see what I mean?
Mm.
I think that they know what they did last summer, last fall, last spring. And so if that is what the record is, do you know what I mean? How can you cover it up? Because remember, Clerk Keys wouldn't let them come in to destroy those records that in my mind that they wanted to destroy. And so they know that there's a record out there of what they did. Like even when they said, oh, we don't have any credit cards, yet you could see a record that there was a credit card and that there were purchases and you could see those items that were there. And so I think it's because it documents like the $500,000 grant that was supposed to be for youth. And they're claiming that allegedly it went to a certain person's business. And so I think all of those things kind of are You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, okay, if we show them, we're screwed. If we don't show them, we're screwed.
Yep. Isn't that interesting? If this is I want to go to this comment. Pearls Pink said, Tiff and Keith think the residents are ignorant, but they are very educated. I think that was it as well. And I also think that we weren't showing up. The residents were not showing up.
Right.
It was time to vote. We weren't really showing up to the meetings. Now that they're showing up, it's a problem. They're like, wait a minute now. It's almost like we have been awakened.
Right. Yeah. You all are showing up and you all are showing out. You know what I mean? And it's a difference between, because a person could show up and not really say anything, because at first that's what people were doing, is some who were showing up weren't saying anything. And then, but you can show up and you could be an active participant. And what we're seeing now is people are educated, they know what's going on, and they have been watching, and they are active participants.
And that is what's important. Tangenique, I don't know where she's gonna go from here, but it's something that plays in my head over and over as she was sitting up there, because remember they put the trustees down on the floor and then they put her up top. I mean, put the department heads next to the mayor. One thing Trustee Ed Steve said, don't lie for her, Tangenique. Everything is recorded. When $65,000 bill was paid in cash, and the next week the people were still calling. Like, why would you pay something in cash, $65,000? That didn't make sense. And Trustee SD said, don't lie for her. Don't lie for her. This is being recorded, and you're going to have to answer for that. It's life after this.
Yep.
It's life after this.
Yeah. And I think they all are starting to realize it. Like Ali said, Lacey was shook. Mayor, quiet, stop, everyone, quiet, control. He was just muted. We're seeing that people are seeing, like, I think people are scared now.
Yeah, because, I always say, my grandma said, fat meat is greasy. Fat meat's greasy. You can't think that something was going to happen. It was not going to happen. Everyone has to answer to, it has to be done by the book. And we do know Illinois politics. We do know about the corruption and stuff. But we have seen how many governors went to jail in Illinois? 3?
Yes, I know it's been 3 at least.
3. So we have seen that people do go down.
We've seen mayors too, like that the one of where the town that Delgado lost, Betty Motis.
Oh wow, they definitely got Betty. Oh wow. Yeah. Betty went down and that's the thing, you go down and nobody is there with you. You go right by yourself.
That's why Miss Stubbs was nice enough to tell them to take a tour, and that on Mondays and Wednesdays she told them what they served, and I think she told them what they served on another day.
She said Wednesdays is chicken, I think.
And people thought that it seems like it's no reaction because we're not seeing a camera on them. But I would love to have seen all their faces, because you saw the one reaction at the end, stay off my mama, stay off my mama.
Yeah, ease off my mama now.
Ease off my mama.
Yeah, like I can imagine the anxiety having to go to that meeting, but you have to show up. And you have to conduct the business. Now, I've been waiting on that olive branch to come where she would do the squirrel meeting herself. But that's not going to, as she called it, but that's not going to happen, because the only reason we're having these meetings, and it took me a while to realize this, is because they can't put in, and I'm glad Clerk Key brought it up. They can't put anything on the agenda. They have no access to nothing, the website. Nothing can be done. They're in control of it. It's sad.
That's really sad, because how is she able to do her job to the best? And how she went on to say how they don't submit anything for reimbursement because they wouldn't get reimbursed.
Oh yeah, did you guys hear when the super mayor said when she was going over what Clerk Key allegedly did, why Homewood Disposal might not pick up our trash and wish she put her stamp? One thing she said was, you can FOIA that. I'm like, people been FOIA in the last 3 years and got no answer. Now you want us to FOIA something from 2018 to 17? And now you're gonna answer that, huh? Like,
Right.
this is quite interesting. Even though we could FOIA anywhere, we don't have to FOIA just Dalton. We
Yep.
could request Dalton information through the Freedom of Information Act, period. But
Yep.
yeah, this is quite interesting. Oh, and you guys, before we go, every city watchdogs, they won a $20,000 settlement over another town that did not.
Mm-hmm.
It was police, Illinois State Police, I believe. They did not answer their FOIA. And they
Yep.
won a $20,000 settlement on their court costs, legal fees. They didn't get any money, but they had to settle just for not answering the FOIA, and they still have to answer that FOIA.
Right.
Isn't that something, you guys?
They really do, because it's the law. You only have a certain time period. It is the law that they have to answer them.
Yep. All right, y'all. Well, tomorrow's a busy day. We have to be at court at 9:30 a.m. That's when they're asking for the keeper of records is what the request is, to bring in the records for Dolton, and that's at 9:30 at the Dirksen Federal Building. Then after that night, Dolton has a busy day. It's a special board meeting at 6 o'clock at the field house. So I'll be back tomorrow. And
someone has a quick question for you.
Mhm.
Regina wants to know if anybody's seen Kim.
Oh Lord, y'all know Kim quit any chance she get, y'all. We already know. Kim said she said it out her mouth, but succeeding always brings up a great point. What did she request? Succeeding?
Yeah, she asked for the FBI to come. She said it with her own mouth. She did ask, but is it true that people really did quit, or is that just an allegation?
I think that's an allegation right now, because I saw Miss Kim a few times with her uniform on, but I just don't think.
Oh, not Kim, not her. That's not. They're saying that the director of.
Oh,
they're
like
saying that she quit. And you all that are not from Chicago, we have to be careful of even saying allegation out loud, because on the news, a very well-spoken woman had to correct herself immediately. And you could tell she's probably said the same thing with her friends. And she said allegation. And then she caught herself immediately and said allegations.
She sure enough said it, and it was so funny. Like, no, but somebody else did that. Hannibal is hungry.
Yep.
He was talking, and we know Hannibal's well spoken, but he said they're dropping off some peanuts.
Yep.
Because he got it on.
Right. So we have to be careful because it can, it can cause us to do that.
Anytime you're a journalist and you're saying allegations, and this woman has degrees, okay, degrees, and she was like, allegation.
Right. So we have to even be careful when we're talking and laughing among ourselves, because we could find ourselves slipping and saying the same thing.
You absolutely right. Jay Jones says, Tiffany only puts a discussion on the agenda, and the clerk has an argument with her at the meeting. The trustees had nothing on the agenda. So she has to. The thing about it, the clerk has the village clerk report and the mayor's report has to be on the agenda. But yeah, the trustees can't put anything on the agenda. They have like several things on the agenda this time, you guys. So
but it's their meeting, right?
Yeah, it's a trustees meeting.
Okay. That's where I was confused why they couldn't put anything on the agenda, because it just seems like their rights are just being suppressed, and they're just, you know, I don't know, like they can't put anything on the agenda and that's supposed to just be okay.
Mm-hmm. It's like they can't do anything on the agenda. They want to be able to put what they want on the agenda, but they can't. They
Right.
can't. She does, like she say, call my phone, but she doesn't give them access to anything. So
Right.
there's no call my phone at all.
Right.
It's nothing. So they have to figure it out. I always wonder, what powers do the trustees have, if any? Because I don't know why that brings up, and I know this is for another day, because I done got long-winded. But what do y'all think when it gets down to that roller rink having private property on it? And remember, she said she did the roller rink because she knew they were going to say no anyway. I don't know. That kind of piques my interest about ownership a little bit. Like, do they know who the people are supposed to own the rink, but we're locked out of the rink?
Yeah, I think that was one of their concerns, is that it's not open to the public. And I don't think they have the power. And you all correct me if I'm wrong. Their role is to make sure that the checks and balances are in place.
Yeah, their role is to the financing, right? The finances and things of that nature. But I don't know. I don't know if they have it. I don't know if they have the ability to do anything. Like, they can't even get back into the village hall. So I guess it's just the finances, but now the finances have been taken away from them, and the checks and balances, like they said, they think it's a bunch of checks just sitting on somebody's desk that they approved, and no one got the checks. And they're like, I'm wondering, like, are those the checks that were made out to cash? It's so much going on. Like, once you approve the checks, you give it to the finance director to write the checks that's approved, right?
So I was thinking that they were approving the expense.
Okay.
Not necessarily the actual check, so to speak. So in their minds, what should happen is, when they approve those specific expenses, that those checks should be written and sent out, or ACH, or whatever method of payments.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not always going to be necessarily a physical check, especially in these days. But in my mind, I'm thinking the reason that you may have thought you were approving A, B, C, D, E, F, G. However, if those funds were used for something else, maybe to help to cover something else, that's why those people are not being paid, because it would be no other reason for a vendor from October to still be waiting for their payments in February, March.
Yeah. Yeah. This is very interesting.
Exactly, Dave, robbing Peter to pay Paul, because you think about the Christmas vendors sent that stuff out in October. And wasn't that like at the March meeting where they were talking about the 65K, and so you figure it's almost time to think about Christmas again once the summer hits, for like a village, that may be doing some type of commercial, event. And these people still have not gotten paid.
Yeah, absolutely. Still have not gotten paid. And then they say, oh, it's sitting on somebody's desk. That means the money should still be in the account then, right? So it's so many things, but we got 10. Okay, this is the thing. the accounting firm. Remember, Trustee Belcher brought up that how we have a finance director, we're paying her figures, then we still got to pay an accounting firm to do the work.
Right.
Those people have to know what's going on.
Right. That doesn't make sense but that's how makes me think if you really have an accounting background, why would you need an accounting firm? Because you're not doing an audit, because remember, they say an audit has not been done. They've been asking for a forensic audit. And so if you really do have an accountant, you know what I mean? Why would you need an accounting firm unless the person doesn't know how to do those basic functions?
Exactly. And I don't think if you had a reputable accounting firm that they would put their business on the line for that. You know,
Correct.
something's not right. Maybe that's somebody else's business, like they said, allegedly, like Keith Freeman or something like that. Maybe that's their business. So you guys, we start court tomorrow. I don't know. My stomach is in knots. Like, I don't even know. So we start court tomorrow, guys.
Right. Yeah.
What are we gonna do?
Yeah. And so, so that doesn't make sense, because you figure, like, every company has their own accounting department, and they have people that may be accounting clerks that work there, but they don't have a firm that is doing their, actual day-to-day. So how many businesses does he allegedly have? Does anybody know?
I know that they were asking for hey Lucille.
Hey Lucille.
Let's see. It was he had like 6 businesses they were looking for on that.
Okay.
On that that bankruptcy.
Oh, big up boy say 8.
8. Wow.
Okay, so Burgundy, you have a question. How far is Dolton late on payouts? Now, when you say payouts, Dave, do you mean like which pay? Are you speaking of expenses or like their loans, their bonds?
Yeah, because that's monthly.
Because it's different for their different things, because for some of them they're just not getting paid. Like the pavement guy, he said he was owed $615,000 that he has not been paid, plus another 10,000. So you just have like vendors that are saying that they have not gotten, they're expecting like that, they were expecting that whole amount. They weren't expecting like a monthly. They were expecting like, I want my $615,000 check, thank you, or I want my $65K check for the Christmas lights and and all the other things that you needed, thank you. So they were expecting like an entire payment.
Yeah. And you guys, they just made so many bad decisions. I'm over here like,
the bonds. He's asking how late are they? Well, they're hoping, that's what they don't know, because they're hoping that the bonds are being paid timely, because if they're not, that will be a whole nother issue that they may need a bailout to help.
Yep, they may need a bailout. Because, and that's one of the reasons that Waldo was leaving, because he's like, look, y'all about to become uninsurable at some point.
Right.
And he knows that the town, I think, who I think really knows everything? Odelson. I think Odelson knows that he said it more.
I think he does. I think he really knows everything that's going on. I do.
Yeah, like even the fact that she put to terminate his contract is just we're gonna terminate that contract because she knows he's on to us, and he's sort of like slow on to us. Oh Lord, I ain't threw myself over there. onto them, and slow and steady wins the race with Odelson. Like he said, hey, we're at this isn't even the tip of the iceberg.
Right.
Like, it's more that you guys aren't going, your jaw is going to drop when you find out. And I think that is going to be a bankruptcy thing. We're probably bankrupt.
I think him, and I think the two attorneys have this thing, like maybe Delgado wants to compete in the world. You know what I mean? And maybe the one took some clients from him that he was going after, but it seems to be this thing even between the attorneys. Not so much one-sided. It seems to be not with Odelson, but it seems to be Delgado.
Yeah. Hey, he got a Bentley truck. He got a rep.
Because it's kind of like, like, let me one up you, and I'm gonna, do this against the which is hurting the people. You know what I mean? So you're not really doing anything to protect the people, the village, their interests.
It's no one there to protect the interests. And the trustees were saying that for months. Like, he's the prosecutory, hope I'm saying that right, attorney. We do not have general village counsel for anyone.
Right.
And that's been sitting up there like, well, so be it.
Right.
So be it. No one's been able to do anything. Yeah.
And he uses his differently. He uses his as something that ends up hurting the residents. You know what I mean? Whereas Odelson may just do an interview on TV where he's asked a question and he answers it, but it's not something that he's doing that's causing any harm to people.
Yeah. And he tries to not, Odelson also tries to not make anything where the taxpayers have to pay.
Yeah.
At one point they were going back and forth, changing the lot. She was getting the lots changed. The trustees were getting them changed back. She was getting them changed. It was just weird. It was totally weird.
Yeah. And so it does seem to be like it, it seems to be this thing with them. And keep in mind how, like, he made a donation to her and suddenly he was representing her, and how, like, even the content creator you and I were just talking about, how Odelson is known to make donations. So he's not a person that's new to donations. He's true to donations. Whereas Delgado is not known for making donations.
You're absolutely right. I forgot about that. You're right. He's totally not known for that. He made that donation for a reason.
Yeah. So it was very deliberate. And why is that not legal? Like, they should not be able to make a donation and suddenly be representing, have the business. That, to me, looks like a bribe. It does.
Yeah. It's a lot. And you guys, like, I know a lot of people think like this is the end of the story, but honey, we still got an election to get through. We still got, oh my goodness.
You know what? Kiki is right. She said she thinks that Odelson was trying to tell people so that people wouldn't be so shocked as to what's to come. And that's true, because we'll remember Odelson said that.
Oh yeah. He tried to warn us. And even I was over here like, Odelson, don't lose no more cases. I was like, don't lose another case. And then when I saw he finally got the case with the clerk through, but now you have to go back and redo it, sort of. He said he's going to do what he needs to do to make sure he doesn't keep billing the taxpayer. So,
but let me ask you though, why is the reason, like, for instance, people saw it as him losing cases? How much was it that certain people were protecting her initially, where she no longer has that protection?
And that is very true. A lot of people are dropping out. You had all kind of. She's well connected. People can make fun of anything they want to about the super mayor. The super mayor, one thing she has is relationships.
She doesn't, though. Remember, I never thought she had relationships. I didn't think that the picture showed that. And even just with the statement that Napoleon made, and then how the other mayors are against her, showed me that she has no connections. And even I've heard, I don't know who the people are exactly, but I've heard that a lot of people have unfollowed her. So they said, even with respect to that, but I never thought that she was well connected. I thought that she seemed to be a good person at the time. And she was a warm body at the time. People trusted her, and that's kind of, I think, how it went as far as that. But I never thought that because she was well connected, because I don't think that she had, I'll use the words of that nice resident, I don't think she had the common sense to know how to get to the point of being well connected, because you don't just walk in a door from a trustee and become well connected. That comes with you building relationships. And I don't think she ever got to that point. Like, she could have been in her future well connected, I think, if she had worked it the right way.
I think when she started, she had, like you said, that's where I'm thinking she has the Kim Fox on her team. That's why we haven't seen her. That's how we've seen, like, you might have seen one picture, and we could go back and say it with Lori, but Kim Fox was all up and down Tiffany timeline at one point.
Right.
I think it's like, even when we get to the Speaker of the House, another connection. I think that was someone now since, I think that a lot of people bowed out since
right. But remember, the reason with him was because his wife's firm was representing, the firm him and his wife worked for was representing the village. And remember, they made a donation that got them that business. So you know what I mean? So so those are still things that were still kind of, and so for that to be a new relationship, think about it. He's kind of bowed out pretty quickly. That wasn't long.
Yeah.
But his wife was the attorney. You know what I'm saying? So some of the stuff makes sense as far as the why, but it wasn't about her. It was about what was in it for them.
Didn't she refer? Now, how did Delgado get involved?
He made the donation, and that's when, that was the referral that was done once the judge realized that, well, she was running for judge and she knew she couldn't represent the township anymore, or the village anymore. And that's when Delgado made that donation, and then they became the attorney.
Oh yeah. Let me tell you, my favorite line is smoke and mirrors. Because there's so much going on behind the scenes. And one thing that you educated me about, that you were like, okay, we saw that she had mold. We saw that she wasn't doing right with the South Suburban.
Right.
How did we think she was gonna do right with Dolton? Hindsight is 2020.
But keep in mind, though, different time, because a lot of people didn't show up for the election. And so, but it was also during time of C-19. And so the timing of all of that timing was also on her side. But I don't think that would be the same thing today if that were to happen. Not today based on what we know, but even today just based on, what's going on in the world. I think people would look her up more. You know what I mean? I think people, if it was her first run now today, I think it would be a different outcome.
I don't know. I saw that. I think I backed her mostly because I saw what she was doing. But once she got the endorsement with Jason House, that was enough for me.
Right. But think about now. Now we're hearing about all these politicians all over. Do you know what I mean? The world. So now people are like looking. I think people will be looking at a person, like Googling their name a little more, because I don't think everyone knew about South Suburban College like that.
Right. Absolutely.
because it wasn't like someone used it against her as a smear campaign. You know what I mean? You know how like they may do like in Chicago politics, they would have had her bounce checks, a picture of that on, you know.
You know what? I think you're right. The pandemic did play, because we didn't see the mugshot, the bounce checks, the mold. We didn't see any of that smear.
Right. Yeah. And so, so I think that they didn't use it as a smear. Even the part, remember when she blamed the previous mayor for that being shown, the news specifically said that that person came to them.
Yeah.
But people speculated it was him, but they were very specific and said that that person came to them, because everyone knows like a 7 on your side you could call Eyewitness News. You know what I mean? Each of the channels have that. So someone may have told her, girl, call XYZ.
I wonder where that young lady is today.
Yeah, that would be nice to find out, like to interview her and to find out what her story is today, and how she overcame that. Because I would think, being a young woman, that you probably, felt like this person was going to do right by you. Oh, I could trust her. She's, a trustee.
And we see how that turned out, because she felt like she could trust, and it was something weird with the inspection. It passed, then like a month later it didn't pass.
Right. Yeah, that's because they said it was someone that was kind of, probably giving her, Tiffany, extra favor. Because remember, it was deemed uninhabitable.
Absolutely. And then she still collected the checks. But
right.
This story.
But doesn't that go back to Brittany's thought of why not just get all these random houses? Because they may not be habitable.
Right. But okay. So do you know, like they were saying in the meeting, I know we're going to cover it tomorrow, but the 50 and 60 houses, where did they go?
Yeah. See, I was thinking like they said they went to some people that knew some people because people are working like their families are at stake. And I think it's more than about their jobs. I think it's about their jobs. I think it's about things that were given to their families, because if you want to make someone do something for them, that's why she's, in my opinion, only why she's bringing in people of certain characters, because she knows that they'll be more loyal to her because they're hungry, because they don't have anything else, a whole lot of options.
I mean, that's true. And I'm big on giving somebody a chance,
Correct.
but just think about it. And I'm not trying to downplay her job, but Carmen Carlisle being a waitress, right, to a trustee of the township.
Yeah, how do you do that? Like, where did they
have no community involvement at all?
Right.
Renting from the super mayor, being a friend, and then just saying, hey, now I'm actually working in code enforcement.
Right.
I'm actually getting a check for being the mayor's assistant. I'm actually getting a check for being a trustee of the township. That is wild.
Right. So what education did you get that brought you up to speed from working at Wilma's to become a trustee?
Very much true, because this is my thing. It could have been someone in the community that might have not had the education, if you will, but they were so active in the community,
right,
they made a good trustee.
Right.
And you just went over that because, like you said, the loyalty can be bought.
Correct.
So, look at this. Now, y'all, I'm going off the deep end. The roof and windows program.
Right.
If some of those houses, you know what I mean? I'm doing this loosely. received the roof and windows and were redone by Public Works. Like we see some of the Public Work guys, they have their own business, and they were coming to the village to say, why you're not paying my check? You know what I mean? Their sales.
Right.
What if the houses were redone? People, families out of the house.
That's what I'm thinking.
You know, allegedly. We're just saying it's
Yeah.
just so deep.
Speculation of if we were criminal acting people, maybe what our thought pattern might be.
Yeah, because we don't get those.
Yeah.
That's where transparency come in. How many people receive roof and windows?
Right.
How many people receive the, like she always say, we bury your loved ones. Show us the number.
Right.
How many people got the turkey neck boxes?
Right.
We need the number. You're not.
Yeah.
That's where transparency come in at.
Right. And tell us what that means. Like when you throw that statement around, we bury your loved ones. Most of us that have had a loved one that we've had to prepare know the amount of money that's involved. So are you really saying that you all really have this unlimited bank account that is able to, and how is the money even divvied? Like, is there a time period? Like what qualifications, and how do you make sure the person's a resident?
Yeah, and we could, and you're right, because look at what happened at the trustee. I'm sorry, it was called Township Talk. And you know that Gardis Watts, for a couple of times, he's been going back and forth about the mental health and what's available and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
She finally brought up, oh yeah, you will be reimbursed for your mental health if you need mental health, or something. You need help with your mental health, and you need to see a psychiatrist, counselor, whatever you may need. You will be reimbursed. Up to what amount, ma'am? You just said. So if I can go to Dr. Montel Williams and get the best of the best mental health care, are you going to reimburse me $600 an hour or whatever? You're not giving any kind of, what's the budget? What is the budget? You know, I just don't understand. It's so many things that are missing here now that I'm looking into it. She's saying, we'll reimburse you for, if you need to have mental health counseling, we'll reimburse you. So that means the township doesn't have it, but I guess you go up there with your receipt or your invoice or your copay billing and you show it to her and she'll reimburse you.
But what check and balance is even in place with that? Any of us could create an invoice.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And that goes right back into things being hidden. What if, and I'm just saying allegedly, what if, because Don Core Parker got fired and we know Miss Sandra, she had a heart attack. What if they needed mental health and their township residents? What if with you firing those 140 people, they need mental health counseling?
Right.
Are they going to be reimbursed?
Right. Yeah. And that's the sad thing is, and then my thing is, what employee assistance programs right now are you offering the employees just based on everything that they're going through right now? Because if I was an employee, I would be ready to be unraveled at any moment.
Absolutely. I think everybody, like even what happened at the LIA when he went to the library, and I know that's separate from the village,
right.
But do they get mental health counseling? What about the police officers that had to stand? When I was outside, I saw Officer Miles. He had to be on detail at he had his uniform on. So he walked into the boardroom. So I'm assuming I didn't see much of him, but he was on detail at the board meeting last week.
Right.
Do he get mental health? Is it something that they talk about, like Sergeant Terry having to stand in front and we are basically telling him, hey, we got to go. Do we get counseling?
Right. Exactly. Because, people are they're not criticizing Miles because he's respected for what he did, but they're definitely criticizing Terry because they're saying, okay, but your numbers don't necessarily quite add up because, okay, how did you claim that amount of hours? And it's only 16 hours, 16.5 hours, I think, for each week that you didn't claim. So are you saying that you only slept less than 16 point this amount of hours in a whole week? So
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So that's why there's some criticism there as well,
Mhm.
is because the numbers don't necessarily add up.
Oh yeah, that's when you're gonna have to answer to that part, you know.
But on the other side, if I, approve these hours for you because I'm giving you this as a gift, because there's a certain loyalty, because see, certain things are going to create certain loyalties to people, because there's probably a behavior, a psychological behavior, that, you know what I'm saying, that goes along with that.
Absolutely. You're right. And we have Big Mike came up. Big Mike.
Hey, Big Mike.
What time is Miss Creighton's event? 12 to 4? Can you put it in the chat? Of course, I've been on the phone with Seceding too and my blueberries. We haven't left, and I'm recovering from a long work week, you guys.
Me too. And Holly, we just want to say to you, we're sorry that your day is somber, but we're praying for whatever that has caused that for you. But do something special for yourself. Even if you order something, even if you don't go out and get anything, just ordering something special and just enjoying that and just celebrating yourself.
Yes, Holly, I'm so sorry. Please celebrate yourself. Please celebrate yourself.
We celebrate you.
Yes, Holly. And Big Mike says, Felita Creighton's event.
Oh, you better get there in Burgundy.
Ooh, I'm gonna try it out, y'all. I'm telling you, my body gotta heal. My body
my
gotta.
body's saying no today too.
I re-upped. You guys gave me some good advice on some vitamins. I re-upped on some vitamins.
Okay, email, send them to, text me the list too, because I was just saying yesterday I needed some. So text me that too, because I was just saying that yesterday, because I'm just like have zero energy.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you because I'm like the energy is real, like, and I'm trying to change my diet a little bit. Big Mike says it's people there now, and you know what? Thank you for coming on, Big Mike, because I text and I think I have the wrong number for the junior Creighton. I tried to text him and said, "Hey, is your mom having an event?" But we always see each other, but I haven't talked to him in a while, so I think I have the wrong number. So if he cooked, if Creighton Kitchen cooked, let me know, because I might have to just go.
You may have to get some energy, come up there, get you a nice little plate.
Oh my goodness, Creighton Kitchen, them boys can throw down. Ooh, Bella has no energy too. Jay Jones said, "Do we have to be registered to come?" Good question. Kiki, yeah. Oh my goodness.
Jay Jones, nobody is turning you down.
You had sent the super sticker, Chavez. Thank you. And you take care and tell your wife happy Mother's Day. Everybody,
yes.
Mother's Day. And I'm sorry, I got a cash app from Patrick Bob. Thank you for the cash app, and thank you, Lar, for the super sticker. And thank everybody for being here.
Can you, the roof and window program, like, is how many people would that have funded?
That's what makes it so important. That's why we need the numbers. Like, how many people got a roof and a window? It was sort of like with the sidewalk. Remember, it was a big deal, and I was the first one to say, I don't see it a big deal when she did the street pavement, but her mom's driveway got paved, right?
Right. Yeah, and then I guess I want to understand that, because was like all, how like places are really specific about trees, so you can't say that you get a tree cut down and you get a tree cut down and you get, you know what I mean? It's not like this endless budget. Oh, she would never discuss. Okay.
It was just it's just stuff being thrown out of thin air. Like we got the roof and windows, and maybe 2 people come up and say, "Thank you for my roof." But how much was allocated for the roof?
Yeah, that was the question I had. And then with the seniors, okay, now I know this is my ignorance. Why do they have to show their income to have their lawns cut?
Ooh, because remember that paper wasn't flipped over.
Well, that's just my thought is, why would they have to show income? I mean, to me, but this just me, I'm ignorant to that. Just the fact that they're a senior, I mean, I'm going to let them get their lawn cut.
Oh, were you supposed to do the roof and window, J. Jones? I was supposed to gotten my roof done. I was close to picking the shingles. What happened?
What happened? Oh, Big Mike. Of course, you know Big Mike. I hear the Godfather music playing in the background. Dun, 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 dun.
Wow. First she said only standard windows, no picture windows, but then the one woman stood up and said she got her picture window replaced.
Oh.
Jay Jones says I was told it was put on hold.
Oh.
We know what that means. Does anyone know if the garbage is going to get picked up this week?
Oh, because federal funds are supposed. Oh, it may. Oh. So for Pink Pearls Pink 4, so you have to be below poverty level for just for the grass or for the windows or for the seniors. Oh, for the emergency assistance. You mean like the burying the loved ones?
Yeah, because this is quite interesting because if you have okay, so if I'm a senior, I just have a bad back, right? I can't go out there and mow my lawn. You were not going to mow it for me. I can't get part of the ZAP or the HAP program. I have to be below poverty level. Big Mike has a question. How many people in the chat are Dolton residents or township residents? Jay Jones says you pay according to your income to get your grass cut. Okay. And how many Dolton residents and township residents do we have in the chat? This is that's a great question. And then sometimes, Big Mike, people be scared to say because it is something like to this has become you guys, I'm literally just a little old lady over here with a computer. That's it. And I'm just talking about Dolton and my experience. I don't really all I have is the right to vote. That's all I have. But if you're a lot of people are scared to disclose that they're residents. A lot of people are. They're like, I don't want to tell nobody where I live because number one, election time is coming. I think a lot of people, I'm one of those people, don't come knocking on my door now. Don't come knocking on my door now. Please don't come just stick the flyer in the mailbox and keep it moving. I will read on my own literature. I don't want to hear about the promises right now. And I'm just like that. I don't want to come to the door anyway. Big Mike says, I asked because the deadline to register to vote for the next election is approaching fast. And shout out to Miss Mary Avant and everybody that did the Hell Week with Jedediah Brown. They had voters registration out at the barbecue the other day. Big Mike says they need to register to vote now. Tiffany is a symptom to a much larger problem, the lack of civic engagement. That's right. That is absolutely right.
Exactly.
That is true. Well, you guys, it's 4 hours. I done held up my day, and y'all register to vote. Y'all register to vote. Thank you, Succeeding too.
Thank you for speaking of these things and kind of and educating us and building our awareness.
Hey, we're doing it together. We're all educating. We're learning together. We're doing it together, and it's really interesting. I'm so sad we couldn't do the audit video of Tyrant Terminator. So you guys make sure you go look at Tyrant Terminator. I'm gonna see if it came up. Nope, it's still slow on my end. So it's definitely StreamYard. Tyrant Terminator Audits, and check out Long Island Audits. Long Island Audits walked into the Dolton library. I didn't even finish it myself. I don't even know what happened.
I
gotta
it was a good outcome because the police came there, they educated the ladies, they let them know you have cameras. One of them even said there are cameras all around you here. So they said the same thing that Long Island actually had said to them as well. And so to me, it turned out to be very nice because the police educated them and they left, allowing him to exercise his rights. And they walked away as well, allowing him to exercise his rights. With the Tyrant Terminator, the person that assaulted him, basically knocking his phone out of, they didn't care about breaking his device. You know what I mean? So that kind of showed, does that person really need to be working in public if they're just walking up to people, knocking their devices out of their hands? Because that person was bold enough to call the police themselves and to tell the police, yes, I knocked his, phone out of his hand.
Yeah, and it was like too much. Like, you don't put your hands on anybody. You can say the policy, say what you want to say, but yeah, she definitely came.
And that's bold. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so you may know you did something wrong. Not that any of us would ever go to that level, but to be bold enough to call the police and to say, yeah, and I did this. That was pretty bold. She didn't have to call herself.
The way the police were acting, I wonder what made her feel like she could do that? Like, what kind of long-term history she had working in there? Like, she was just fed up. Like, it was like, take a chill pill.
Right. But even when her colleague tried to help her out by educating her, she was not interested in being educated by her colleague, who really came through and diffused the situation.
Succeeding. What happened? There you go. There, you popped in, popped out. You back. And that's when de-escalation is necessary. Thank goodness for people that try to de-escalate.
She was very professional and she handled it very well, called her manager, call the management team, and she did a great job of, de-escalating that and giving her business card and everything.
Yep. So you guys make sure you watch Tyrant Terminator and Long Island Audit. Yes. And then we'll discuss, and I'll be back because I'm gonna have to get my rest for tomorrow. It's a long day, and I think I want to cover what I can from 9:30 on until. So
yeah, that'd be interesting to cover. Yeah, for us to hear what you cover next. But yeah, that you all really enjoy watching those two, and especially the outcome with Tyrant Terminator, because he did give her the opportunity to apologize and that he would not press charges. But to me, it didn't seem like the police were interested in that. They weren't interested in giving her another chance, to me. And he said it a few times and he offered it, and they said, these are the two options, and they were very careful with their wording. And they said, we will be walking her out of here.
I saw that they said they reviewed the cameras in the forest preserve.
Yep.
Actually.
They sure did. And so that's what they did, was they viewed it, and them viewing it, they could see that she clearly assaulted him.
Pride come before the fall. Look,
Yep.
let me tell you, keep your hands to yourself.
Yep.
Keep your hands to yourself. We learned that in preschool. Keep your hands to yourself, you guys.
Yes.
Yeah. So she must have loved. She loved her job so much she didn't want him videoing. But she couldn't have loved it that much.
But you know, we never know what's going on with people, their everyday life. You know what I mean? So you never know, like, even what's going on with her, because, like, look at everything that's going on with the village. Would we be surprised if any of their employees acted that way? Not that I'm saying it's right. I'm saying that I probably would not be surprised, just based on the level of stress that they're just enduring day to day.
Yeah, it's a level of stress. It's you gotta watch YouTube, Facebook, see who talking about you there.
Right, your face is on there. I mean, you know what I mean? You're seeing a video with yourself, and your friends and your family are saying, "Hey, I saw you on YouTube."
Yeah, and I want to bring this up with respect to Long Island Audit. He came in and he got all this footage when he was here, and he takes his time to release it. So I'm sure they thought he wasn't even going to release that, and then it comes up on Mother's Day.
Right, that's what you call long suffering. You know what I mean? Long suffering, because you're like, oh, good. You keep checking and you keep checking, and oh, good, it's not up. Oh, good. I got a pass.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, boom, first video on Mother's Day. The mothers of the Dolton Public Library.
Right. That's just like, wow.
Oh man, but I know it got to be stressful to just have somebody filming you. But I think my advice that I'm following the auditors, guys, don't engage.
Right.
Just keep on moving. Keep on moving. They're gonna get in there because you're basically giving them content, and going back and forth with them, and it's a First Amendment thing. It makes them look bad. Like that is the right. That is the right. We know the library has policies, but it is a right to film now in a public places. Chavez, thank you so much. You didn't have to send us anything. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you for with us, investing in the channel.
And Mrs. Chavez.
Mr. Chavez and his beautiful wife.
Mr. and Mrs.
Everybody here, Tanya, Kiki, everybody appreciate you so much.
We appreciate you, and we appreciate you always bringing awareness to us, and just giving us, because you left us with, wow, that budget change.
Oh yeah. A lot of people,
wow.
Yeah, that wardrobe, that budget.
Yeah, wow.
We were at Fifth Avenue at first, and then all of a sudden now we at Target and Akira.
Right. Right. And it's not that you can't, necessarily get anything, nice at those places. Because with everything, of course, it's just how you put it together.
I adore some of the summer dresses Walmart have right now. It's so cute. But yeah, I noticed that it probably was you can get whatever you want, and now it's, hey, like even with, we saw the little changes. Someone said something. The officers not being overbearing at the podium.
Right.
Something was said, and I think that it was like with Roland. One thing he did said, he was like, do you think it should be a cap on some kind of money? Like, should you be spending like this? And she said, yeah, I do. Right. I think I'll change it now. It didn't change immediately, but I think the feds coming out, that
definitely it should make you put your head down in your book and do your work. You know what I mean? That should be, but that's not what it did initially for her. It was like bolder and bolder, but it should make you put your head down in your book and do your work.
Yeah, like this was what we need, a food pantry and a soup kitchen.
Yeah.
And this is what she decided to wear to make sure we knew that she had red bottoms and, all this goodness,
And
tailored.
she ordered that chair, right?
That chair is ordered, right?
Yeah, because I saw. Because isn't that the same? Isn't that the chair that she ordered? That they said that she had people to greet her instead of her greeting people. She had people to greet her like she was the queen.
Oh my goodness, that was it?
Isn't that it? Because I also saw the chair in the background at like one of the trustees events.
Oh my goodness, I can't stand that Game of Thrones chair. Unless it's like a prom or something like that. I think that's cute. But I
Right.
think that's just too much for an adult that's a mayor of a village in a township that said we need a second food pantry and a soup kitchen. For you to be doing that. So I think I saw the change. Like, she looks nice and everything. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, it's a way you do things. Like, you wasn't wearing red bottoms when you was a trustee.
Right. And it's not necessarily that she couldn't have worn, because people on regular income buy them. You know what I mean? So
but
what
we
they used to mean, right?
Yeah, you're right. Regular income, but when she got a hold of the budget, and we noticed these things on the statements, that's when it became a problem. I think she could have wore red bottoms and Gucci and whatever she wanted to any day of the week at Good Burger and all.
Right.
When you see it show up on a statement, which I think that nobody thought was going to show up.
Correct.
There you go. There you go. Ugh.
Correct. Yeah, it was once people were educated as to what they were actually paying for. That's when it became a problem. Like you said, nobody would have cared whether you use your personal money, boyfriend's money, anyone's money. No one would have cared as long as you weren't using the taxpayers' money.
And no one would care. Now we know it's the taxpayers' money, and we have a problem with that.
If you all approved it, one thing.
And you guys have to be careful when you're looking at those Amazon receipts. Now, I'm not saying this is what happened, but you guys know you could get red bottoms from Amazon. You can get them from Walmart. Like when we see little things like, and I'm just out there, when you see little things like Amazon, you can order that stuff through private sellers on Amazon, right? So it's going to be a lot of stuff when they're going to ask to see those. Somebody said outfits when they asked to see those receipts. Not saying that she was spending, because she said out her mouth she was spending the money out her own pockets. So I have to, I give her that. Maybe that happened after the first batch of receipts were revealed.
Right, because she specifically, I heard her saying in the meeting, you all want me to look good. You all. So it was kind of like, to me, the way that she was wording it, it felt to me like she was trying to justify you all paying for it.
Yeah, and she's right. I think that she probably thought, okay, so from a performance standpoint, I know she's government, but I've worked with people where their hair and makeup is included in like their budget. So it's like, for me to go to the White House to see Joe Biden, I have to get a flight. And I'm the mayor, so I have to go first class because I just couldn't sit and coach. So then that means y'all don't want to see your mayor out here flying and coach in her head. It's like, I need to be first class. Then, I can't stay at what's that place that give you the cookie where you?
The DoubleTree.
Ooh, yeah.
I like the DoubleTree.
Oh, I can't stay at the DoubleTree. I have to stay at the Four Seasons because I'm the mayor. I think all of that was in her head, and I deserve it. And y'all got the money, so pay for it. And if you don't want to pay for it, well, we got the Thornton Township credit card, and I'm the supervisor, so I could pay for it there because I'm doing the people's work no matter where I go. And remember, the mayor of New Orleans, she did the same thing and had to pay all that money back. Thinking as long as I'm doing the people's work, I can do it in style. And it's not like that.
Right.
Ugh, it's
Yeah,
so
you
crazy.
can't just disguise something as the people's work, and yeah, you can't do that. That
Yeah.
I don't think anyone told her that.
Yeah, I hope that it, because I mean, even when she was flying with Carmen Carlisle, why did Carmen Carlisle have to be a first class? I guess to take notes, right? I'm trying to justify everything. If I'm the mayor assistant, I gotta fly first class with her because I'm taking notes or whatever.
Well, because I want someone with me to talk to me so we could turn up together and drink champagne.
That's all it was.
Because of course, like I haven't flown first class with someone, but by yourself, it's enough, it's fun enough. You know what I mean? By yourself. But just imagine if you have someone else, it's probably going to be even more fun.
You're right. You're right. You have somebody to share it with. And again, to go back to the people and their loyalty, like I'll cover that later. I want to
She
stop.
flew me first class.
Yeah.
She good. She's a good person. She look out for me. You know what I mean? Because that's what it's going to make that person feel. And Keith was first class,
I want to bring some up. I just bit my tongue, but I want to, and I don't want to bring her down. I'm not bringing her down. But the young lady that accused Andrew Holmes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to her interview.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things she said was, wait, this is my birthday. I'm going to go to Vegas on my birthday. I've never been in the vicinity of Vegas.
Right, exactly.
That stung to me.
Yeah.
Not to say that she's like, girl, you ain't been to Vegas. A lot of people have been. No, it was just like,
I didn't see it that way either. Yep.
It's an opportunity for them. Look, she hasn't been to Vegas. We taking her to Vegas. It's an opportunity when somebody feel like, and I'm not saying this about Miss Dukes. I'm saying this when someone, I'm gonna say it the way I want to say it. When someone feel like you ain't never had nothing, that gives them the upper hand. If that's what I wanted to say, like they take advantage of you. Do you guys get what I'm saying?
If you're if you're a person with ill intentions, you'll take advantage of someone like that.
Yeah,
because think about it. Her thought was, like you said,
yeah, I'm going to Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Her thought, and then remember, she also said, "I work hard."
Mm-hmm.
So I'm fine with working hard. So her thought was, I don't care, just me being there. You know what I mean? She just wanted the opportunity. And isn't that what all of us want in life for ourselves and our children? It's just for them to have a good opportunity. That's all she wanted, was the opportunity.
That's all she wanted. And if she would have, and she was like volunteering, like, pick me to go to Vegas because that sounds fun. It's gonna be my 21st birthday. I've never been there. I mean, 31st birthday. I've never been there. And it's like if she would have never went, but who would have thought that would have been the case? Going with a well-established municipality, if you will.
Correct. Because but I love that was her thought, because we could get that. She just wanted, because sometimes we're young, we just want to be there, just to be able to say, we don't care if you have us to work, we're volunteering, we just want to say we were there.
Just want to say we were there. And I felt that. It just made me feel like, man, you'll never know who's thinking opposite of what you're thinking when you just sitting there like, oh, I never been to Vegas. Oh my God. And they like, done, here's our chance. You never know. I felt bad when I heard her say that.
Yeah, I did too. I felt that, especially when she said, I work hard, so that wasn't a problem. I just wanted to be there.
That too. And it's something that we only learn later down. But yeah, that's what you mean, what I mean, as well. Like, she'll give people that buying the loyalty. Buying the loyalty.
Yeah, because she was excited. She was like, I get to go. You know what I mean? That's how she felt. She was excited that she was getting that opportunity to go. And I've had another thought. You all, when we talk about it tomorrow, you all have to tell me. My thought was, okay, why couldn't no one go celebrate her birthday with her? But that's just me.
We're gonna talk about it tomorrow.
Okay,
I'm
that's just me.
the same way, but we're gonna put that on hold. But but we could say on the outside looking in. We're just looking in from the
Yep.
outside. It seems like everything is bought loyalty, and if you do one thing or something they don't like, you out. You out.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
you on an island by yourself, and it's really sad.
it is. And Pearl, Pink, you're right. That is what the per diem. Well, the per diem is supposed to be for whatever, and that goes with her salary. That's all supposed to be her whatever, and she should be using that daily per diem based on those things. Like she should have enough money based on getting 200 to 250 and 600 when she's out of town daily. She should have more than enough money in order to pay for those looks.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's like the little things. She doesn't have to stand up there and be a glamazon. You could look nice and neat without having to spend $1 million every time. Oh my goodness. But you guys, let's pick it up tomorrow. I appreciate y'all so much. And 16-2, we appreciate you.
We appreciate you, and you all have an amazing Mother's Day.
Yeah. You too. Have a great one.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And send me the vitamins.
Well, I got to send you a couple of emails.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys. It's been, I'm telling you, I couldn't do this long-windedness. We definitely was long-winded today. This how you make me feel?
That I have felt the most connected and valued.
All right, you guys, we all connected and valued. Have a wonderful Mother's Day. If you have time, go by the Park District, Dolton Park District. Belita Creighton, right now, she is having a Mother's Day brunch for the community. All is welcome. And I thank you so much for y'all sticking with me. Please like, comment, subscribe, tell a friend. And you know, oh, and thank you for all of the wonderful messages you sent me. You sent me this morning regarding Mother's Day. A lot of you guys did. Okay, you guys, I'll talk to you soon. Tomorrow is court. Tomorrow is court. So we shall see. And I'll be trying to put up when I will be live in certain situations so you guys know, okay? Y'all take care of yourself and each other. Bye.
Commentary blue, commentary, burgundy, commentary, comment blue, commentary, comment burgundy blue, commentary blue, commentary, burgundy, commentary, commentary.